Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Blue Sky TV. I'm Mike, and let's go this morning. Give everybody a chance to get in before we get started. Oh, mercy. It's going to be a fun day. Already looking to see this crazy run up. Unbelievable. I doubt this pullback's going to hold. So if you're looking to get in this morning early, it's right here, 360. 360 long. 360 long and 374 long. Making sure my chart works this morning. All right, test that out. Okay, guys, so we're good. I think if we clear the 78, we're golden. I really think if we clear 78, then we're going to get 98. We have to break 52 to become a short, but there is that big short at 61. So 61 long short, 74 long and short, and the Bulls, yeah, 98. 98 is their critical level. They need 98 to really go up. 398 back to 435. So that's cool. So that's our morning so far. We got 10 more minutes. I might get a trade before we get started. See the short at 61? It's actually going to, I think they've moved this, guys. It might be, I think it's 59 is better because then you're clear. But we know there's a bounce there at 59 and 60 and 64. See the bounce? They'll pull it back, push it forward, pull it back. See right here? See that push off that? It's like 61. These are areas where they can take this and reverse this. And 61 is one of those areas. Because the Bears are sitting at 59, the Bulls are at 61. The Bulls want to go to 64. The Bears want to go under. If we can grab 74 out of this, $1,000. If you can't, take half. Just take profits. That's the key. Lock in something, no matter if it's 400. Now, what we'll do, I'll keep it there because we're going to enter here again. See, we're going to do the same thing. 61 long. Until she breaks 61, we will go long there. See, now it's getting down to 57. But we know you have to clear 52 to go short. This all looks fun, but it's really not. It's all long. So we're just going to wait. See if we can get back in 61. And there it is again. Third time. Fourth time. See? They keep wanting to go long at 61. Okay, now so are we going to come down to 52? Now remember, guys, once we get to 52, we can go short. But if the Bulls take it, they will go long at 52 and sucker these Bears. But if you do go short at 52, it's going to have to hit 47 and then go down. But we'll take the 61 every time. It's quick and easy. If you get, if you got one contract in it, you get $100, just take it. It's not trading. I'm not telling you how to trade. I'm just telling you lock in profits if you can. That's what you're supposed to do. And eventually, if this pulls back, it's going to run over to 98 anyway. You're going to get, 30 something points. I have a feeling that she's going to go up here anyway and probably tag the 72, 73, 74, and 78. Because it looks like a sale on the chart, but in reality, it's a pullback for more long. 61 is that place, though. If you break 61 and get momentum at the open, these bears got a big short here. So are the bulls going to try to stop that short this morning from happening? A nice little trade. There it is. 1,000. Boom. How's that, Justin? Pinpoint a level, guys. You don't take all that craziness you see out here on YouTube. It's just knowing where to trade. Nope. Once we get 74, guys, we can just hold and see if it'll get past it. 74 runs to where? I think I got feedback, Justin. So 74 to 78. We need 78. We get 78, there's a good chance we're really going to go up. And guys, the market's not even open yet. We've already done over $2,000. Market's not even open. Crazy. See, right there. This is why you lock in profits. They're going to come right back to 61. So 15, 600, 250, 150, 100 bucks. This is crazy. Okay, guys, let's see what happens. Are the bears done? Right there. 52. Now it's going to have to be down to about, let's see, right there, right here, right about 47. Let's see, that's where we want to be. We want to be down here at 46 on the bottom side. And you already know 61 on the top, 46. So can we get 46 to come down? Oh, there he goes. Didn't want to jump in there. See that, guys? Right there's at 78. Look at that. So we're going to have a spike this morning. So we can't get that, Phil. See 61 again. Right on it. So we're playing games this morning. See the 61. As long as you get in before 60, 61, 74, you can get in between 61 and 74. You actually can get in 65 too now. 61, 65, 74. Those are the three places. 61, 65, 74. Goes back to 78 up to 98. Are the Bears going to pull a shenanigan? That spike candle. I think we're looking at about 81 for the move to happen again. For it to continue. Man, we just can't get in nowhere right here. But I do not want to take that short yet. We're not taking that short until it gets to 46. 46 short is a good place to be. See, we try to get this 61, but they're not going to let us have it. So I'll keep marking it for you. Oh, here we go. It got down there, but it didn't go. It just won't get 46. Sorry. We've only got about 2 minutes anyway. So, guys, now that I got it in your mind, you know where to go. This is why I keep repeating it in the morning and showing you 61 long, 46 short, 65 long, 74 long, 74 short, 78 short, 80 long. So this is why I keep telling you over and over. I want to get in your mind where these levels are so you can trade them. Best thing you can do when you're trading with me, keep a notepad. See right here? 46. They want that 46 area. If they get 40, oh, we're going to do a 10 on there. That's crazy. I don't trade with 10, guys. I don't. I used to. I don't trade with 10. So 61. We got to get 46. I think now the Bears established 45, which is kind of dumb, but it's all right. Let's go. At the open, we should get a good trade here. We should. There we go. 46. Let's go. Come on, 46. There we go. Bye. See you. Now the Bulls are probably going to take this back. So you have to get out early. Because if the Bulls come back up here, guys, to 56, it's going to go long again. The Bears need to get down here to 11 now if they want to go deeper. 11 short. 11 short, down to 5 short. The Bulls will be setting to 23 long. See the 23 right there? There it is. Now 23 has to hold. If you can hold up here to the 33, she will probably get to 38 and 39. But right now, though, they're bringing it back. I know where they're going to go back to. They're going to go back 16 and push it back. There we goes. 16 is a problem. You got to break 16 as a Bear. If you don't break 16, we're coming right back. 16 and 6. So the Bears have to get down here now to 10, 16, 6, and watch. There's 6. See, there's the 6, 14, 12, 0, 4. Here he comes again. Now, can we get down here to 6? It bounced off of 6, like I told you guys. You got to be under 6. You got to get under 6 to see. Because the Bulls want to go long at 16. You got to be under 16 and 12. See that 16? Sorry. 16 tries to push. See? So if 16's pushing, we know there's a long there, and there it goes. But we have to break 33 to make this work. Not we keep coming back. We get down to 6 and under. I don't think they're going to do 6 and under. I think the Bulls are going to pull back so far, and this is going to be over. Or the Bears, excuse me. I think the Bears are going to pull it back, and then it'll go right back up. I think 95 is a good place to pull back. 81. I mean, I'd be 80, 84 also. See, there's your 95. Here comes your 84, 81. That's next. Woo. There's a big old bear sitting up there 65. If you get down to 65, you got 65 at 60. Done. My day's done already, guys. We're done. Okay, so where are we going? Bulls are going to try to take it back at 95, 99. See that? 95, 99. They'll come back up here and hit 306, 312, and they got to bust the 18. If you don't hit 18, it's not going up. But you can always watch for the bounce at 95. Always watch for the bounce at 95. Now you got this coming up again. That's going to come up here in 28 and 30. Yes, break 28, 30 to go up, or it's going to go to 8, 9 and go down. See, we want it to come back for Bears to 12 and go south, 12 south. And there it goes. Can we get 12 down to 6 and 6 to 95? And 95 to pull back under 95 and go 84, 81. You get 84, 81, we got a chance to get a really good move. As you guys can see, the Bears are sitting right here. They got friends at 65. That's what they want. They want to get to their friends, break 65, get 62, 58, 42. They really want to run this down if they can. So can the Bears get down to 74 now? 74 is continuation to the downside. The pullback is going to be 93. What's the 93? $74 deep. That's what we need. We need 74 to go on down and get done. Or 93. Come on, 74. Let's just fade through here. Yeah, went down to 72 and pulled back. Massive pullback on this candle. Massive pullback. Huge. There we go. There's your 81. Now, 81's perfect. And there he goes, guys. 62. I told you 62, 61. And there he goes. 59, like I told you. Now, this area, it has to clear. And then 48. You want to get really good, get down here at about 40. What is that? Yeah, 48. 48 is going to be a nice move, too. Whew, man, coming down. Let's go. I'm on a roll here. Definitely On a roll. Hang on, guys. I'm just trying to fix my chart. So we know that the Bulls are going to go along at 63, but they're not going to do anything until 70. If they get to 70, they might have a chance. But right now, this is just all pullbacks. It means nothing. There's your 73 right there. But you have to break 87 to keep going. Or you get the pullback down here at 63 deep, 63 short. So it's 87 long, 63 short. Come on. See, I know what the Bears are trying to do. They're trying to hold on to this till 10 o'clock. They want the big red candle at 10 o'clock, and that'll establish a red day or try to. But they got to get 63 and 59 out of the way, 59, 58. Then you got to get 45. 45 is crucial. You don't get 45, you're not going down. You keep bouncing off 45, 61, 58. Let's go down. Come on. Oh, Bulls trying to push it back. Right now, though, we're not worried about these Bulls. Not until they get back up to like 308, 316. They got a long way to go if they want to get this to go back up. There's scalps in here and, 20-point trades, but going to the north side. But we're not worried about those. All we're trying to do is get this to break 45 so we can go deeper down to 28, 26, actually, 45 to 26. The guys, they are going 62 long to 81 long. That's what the Bulls are trying to do, 62, 81. Or they're bouncing back off of 48 to go to 61. So it's 48, 61, and 61 to 81. Come on. I need 200. Let's go. Let's go. There it is, right there. Boom. Let's just go back down. 26, 28. Come on, Bears. Now, guys, if they break the 6 or 36, they're going down all the way to 25. So you want to try to get this 36, 32, 25. And here comes the pullback again. Gee whiz. Come on, Bears. Hold on to it. See, it took 45 long. Remember 45, guys. 45 is a good place to go long if they don't hold it. 45 and like 62, 61 right there. 45, 61. Back to 81. We just clipped 81 and pulled back. Right back where? 61. It's amazing. 59, 60, right there. Down to 45. Now, if it don't go short, you can go long at 45. Or you can go long right there, pretty much 51, I think, too. Well, actually, 45 and 48. 45, 48 are the two bounce backs if it don't clear them. If you don't clear 45, it goes south. It'll go back to 45, 48 and pull back. We want it to come down, though. We want them to break the 26 and go south. There's 26 right there. Come on. Now the bears can really go deep here. So 26 is a good long, but 26 is also a great short down to 186. This could go to 186 in a hurry. Woo, let's go. It's awesome, guys. So now we need the 208, 208. And now we need 206 to 205. 205. There it comes. Boom. Now we need 205 to 200. 200 is going to go here. We get 200, guys. I expect this 188, 189. You break 200, it's 189. Come on. Let's go. Ooh, pull back. Done. Done, done. Amazing, amazing morning. Right back to 45, 48. And then imagine that's just craziness. Then you got to break 26 again. Big time volatility. Yeah, over with. That's right. There's 185.06. There it is, guys. There's your 186 I just called. Now you've got 77, 75, and 73. Once you get to 73, this is over. It's over. Pack your bags because I really think the Bears are going to try to slam this at 73. That's what I would do if I was a big grizzly bear. 70, 73 down here to about 41, and then 41 goes to 31. Just absolutely brutal for bulls. I mean, brutal. Let's go. There it comes, too, guys. What I tell you, 41. 41 is key. You get 41, it's going to be on. Remember, those longs, though, are 73 to 85. I think it's 71, 73, 85. But the Bears want 41 to 31. You got to give the Bulls a little here. Doesn't mean nothing. Doesn't mean anything. You're going to get back under 71 and still be short. Watch them try to get back to 71 short here. That's where they got to be. And they know it. 85 long, 73 short. Or 73 long, back to 85. See, 71. Right there. This is where the Bears have to make a decision. Either let the Bulls take it and run it, or you give it back. Or you give it, you take the short at 71, or you let the Bulls have it to 85. But what we want to do is 71 straight down to 41. Now, 41 is not a level, guys. It's just something I know that's going to be a changeover. It's where the Bears can take the Bulls to the cleaners because they get the market back at 41. The bears want the market back at 41. That's where they take the market back. Right there. Now 31. So watch the 41. See the 41 go back up? Right there. Oh, it is 70. So now what they've done, since they come down here, it's not, well, it's 42 now. So now it's 42. If you don't break 42, you can go long at 42 and go back to 61, 73, and possible 85. Hope you're doing well this morning, Rue. It's great. If you're making good trades, let us know. Hit the like and subscribe. If you're already done this morning, congratulations. You can go on your day and just not worry about your trading. Well, we established a deep move, and now it looks like the bulls aren't having it. I think the bulls are like, okay, we've had enough of this. But anyway, 80, about 80. Let's see, what is that? 85, 86. So now it's 86 long, 86 short. But we have to get as a bull, guys, 206. And the Bears, they got their first cap of the morning, which is 175, 176 area. You got to get back down to 170, 176. If not, it's going to be over. We have to clear 176 as a bear. And the Bulls had to clear the 206. So now you know. Look at that. Went right to it. 76, 72, down to 70. Once you get to 70, they should try to push us down again. There we go. A little push there, 61. Just can't hang on to it. They're trying to save this so bad. So maybe, let's see. Let's go mark this. What is that? 71 to 86. Right here. 71. Right about here. That might be where the Bulls are going to try to stop this, guys. If you don't break the blue box, it's going to go long. Okay? That's what that's going to tell you. Oop, there's that 6. See the 206 run? There it is. Now they want to get up here at about 26. Run again if they can. If not, they'll pull back. There's 26. There he goes. Really, Bulls? Now they're going to try to cross the 47 up here. Wow. Unbelievable. Oh, okay. I try to get my chart to do. See, we just keep trying to come back down. They got to get 26 and under. If you don't get 26 and under, it's not going to happen. See, the Bulls are trying to save this now. I had to scale a lot of this out. So I've already done this once, but I'm showing you guys now. It's not going to work there, though, probably. I just wanted to scale out. See, there's right there. I scaled out down here at 189 for some wild reason. Who knows? He gave me 189. I was trying to get 185, but it's okay. We don't care. So we just hold this and see. If you're still in the short, we're holding the short. We're not going long. Not yet. We could take scalps, but we want to get that full reversal. This is a good place to reverse, but too dangerous for the pullbacks. We've only got about, what, 8 minutes, guys, till 10 o'clock. So we hold this short and see what candle we get next on the 4 hour. If we get a green candle on the 4 hour, we'll probably take a long and just hold it. If we get the red candle on the 4 hour, we'll be looking for the bears. Okay. And this is how you do this. When you get close to 10 o'clock, you got to make that decision. Now, if you've already got a big giant green candle and you get a small little green candle at 10 o'clock, you could get a pullback back to the bear side and vice versa. So you just kind of hold on till 10 o'clock and say, wait, we'll just hang on here and just wait, see what happens. We might get a big move, or we might get slam dunked by the bears again. But see, I don't care if I'm a bull or a bear. Doesn't matter to me. Some people only like to be bullish. Some people like to be bearish and take on these shorts. But to me, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just getting in there, getting it done. And we're done. We hit our target again of 10K a day. We've already hit that for the 6 days straight. Actually, 7th, because I traded Friday with you guys. Well, actually, 8. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 6. 6. 6 days. Let's go. Okay, so we want to get rid of this. I got to pull this chart back down. My charts are going crazy up here. See, we would like to see the bulls go back to 316. That's where we want to take our long, 316. Until it gets to 316, guys, I'm not going long. Now, you can go long at 86 to 96 to 306. We still have money in the short, so we ain't worried about it. This is just an add-on. I can put a break even here and not even worry about it because we've already locked in all the profits for the day. So we can put a break even and just hold it. So can we get this thing to go back up? Looks like it might, guys. If it does, we'll be home free up here. Gonna get a big move. And you can see it's 4 minutes till 10 o'clock. 4 minutes. Once you get to 306, 310 here, I'm gonna probably close this. Because I want to see if it's that long. Ah, it's not ready yet. It's just not ready. So the Bears need 84. See, it's 81, 84 long and 81 short. To 81. It's kind of crazy. 81, we try to pull back to 62 and 61. Now remember, 59 is that long. Remember, we called this morning. So you get 59 down here to try to pull to 48 again to 45 for the Bears side. You guys see why we hold? We already know 316 is a big long. So we just hold it until it gets there. And now we just got to come down here. We could take longs at 45. See, 45 goes right back to 58 and 62. And that's if we don't cross those, we would have to exit. But if it crosses 62, the next move up is 81. Now the next move down from 45 is 26. So you know you got to break the 26 here. But in theory, they tell you it's 26, but we also know it's 31. And we also know it's 26 now, 27. See, we get down under 27, 26, and we tag the 25, it goes deeper. If not, we bounce off 26 and go back to 45 to 46, and then up to 59, 61, back to 81. And that's just how it works. Everything works in the market on certain areas where bulls focus, bears focus, and the cap levels has nothing to do with all the garbage you see on YouTube. I don't use a MACD. I don't use a VWAP. I don't use any kind of EMAs, any kind of secret little indicator. It's all just a bunch of BS. Learn structure and price action. I guess when you're starting out, it's okay because when I was starting out, you need some kind of direction, and those do help with keeping you in the right direction. Can we get 26 to fade? There it is. Now we see what's going to happen here. It's 10 o'clock. So now if we don't get down here to the 193 with these pairs, she's going to go long at 26 and 45. But if we get down to 193 with the bears and 186, the bulls have got problems. Because if you break the 173, the bears will establish this. Where do the bulls want the market back at 94? So now we know 206 is a good place for bulls, and 178 is a bear. But I'm telling you guys, if the bears can just break this 87, 87 short down to 76 and 74, 87, 76, 74. See the red box? What I tell you, we called the 10 o'clock move, but we didn't realize our 10 o'clock candle would be sitting on the place where the bulls are trying to save this market right here. It's pretty amazing. And that savior is 86. If you don't break 86, it's going to pull back every time. Watch 86 pull back every time. You got to get under it. See? 86, 86, 86, 86, 86. 4 times in a row. Now, 74, 71. 71 short, beautiful. They can get 71 short to hold. These guys got a big move down to 31. This thing's going to fly. $55 is a good place for the Bears. And now it's going to be 54 short down there. Come on. Come on, Bears. Just take it on down all the way. And remember, guys, if you're trading, look at this over here. What do you see over here to the left? You see these candles right here, this little sideways action right here? This is a good place to come to. But we already know our target low is 31. 31 target line. We're holding the 31 here. But we got to make sure we make the 43 and 39. And the Bulls are going to try to go long again at 172. I know they are. They'll try to get 72 to 81. See? 72. It's insanity. But see, this is a good place for the Bulls to go long is 71, 72, because if they can get it up here to about 87, that would start something good. But I think we're still waiting for 30, 31 here. I think the Bears are dead set on 31. Let's go. You see how long we hold these trades, guys? You got to know the level that the Bulls are going to come back and kill you. 316 is that level, but we never hit that. So we stay short. It don't matter what it does. If you're still in the money, it don't matter if it pulls back till 316. But now it's not 316 anymore. It's got a little lower. So now we have to adjust to say, okay, if it's not 316 we're looking at, what are we looking at now? 248. They've lowered it to 248. So now the Bulls have to get to 248 to make anything happen. They got longs before that, and they really got a nice long here. I hate to call this out because watch it happen. They got a nice long at 87 back to 225. So 87 guys can go back to 225. And that's the only real the good structure about that's a good structure. 87 is a good structure. Because 87, if you get 87 and you probably clear the 94, then you might have a chance to go somewhere. 87, 94. So there's not a big long distance for Bulls to try to reverse this back. It's just holding those targets and getting where you need to be without getting the bear jumping and slamming you again. Just like right there. Everybody trying to go long and the market's not having. And there's the 31. But right to the 31, guys. Right down to it. See, 27. We got right down to where we wanted to be. And that might be all of it. That could be where they stopped us. Now, the Bulls, if they stop there with that 27, the Bulls could come back and have a good move. But it won't happen until it breaks the 94. And there's the 94. Can the Bulls get 94 to 226? Because that's the move they're looking for. Actually, it's 225.50, but we'll call it 226. Whoop, there it is. There it is. It just hit it. Now you got to break the 26 to 45 to 48. So now we know it's 26. It's also 26.34. So the Bears have to do two things. They got to bring it down to 91 and get to 86. If not, these Bulls get to 50. There could be a problem for Bears. And there she comes. So now, since we're establishing the Bulls, we're going to close the Bear trade and just get rid of that 2,300. We can always get back in, lock in profits. We don't want to see a big wick candle run 60, 70 points on us here. We don't. So right now we're looking for about 225 long. Actually, I think I'm looking for about 225 long. 225 long to 43. Or short 86. And actually I think the short won't be 86. It's actually gonna be 200. See right here? Right there. That's 86. Or excuse me, 40. Let's see, what was that? 31. 31, sorry. 31. 31 to 45. That's what we're looking for. Can we get 31 to 45? If you get 45, guys, it's going to go to 49 and carry over to 58 and 58 to 62. But right now, we got to cap this market at 46 to get to 47 and then take off. 47 will go to 53. We know this. Can we get 47 to hold to get to 53 and avoid the 31? 31 is that pullback for that short. We need to get to 48, 49 up here. And then we need 53 to run up. Come on, guys. Just push it on up. There it is. Now, can you get 53? 53, 59. Come on. Come on. Let's go. What's frustrating, guys, when you know where it's gonna go, it's like just get there, you know. So you got to take profits because they're gonna hit the 31 again. 31, guys, is where these guys want to be. These bulls want to be at 31. They do. You can lock in profits because the Bears are trying to swing it because they just tried that again, didn't work. We already knew it was going to do that crap. We already knew it was coming. They will try to make the swings at 50 back to 31. Once you clear 50 though, and 58, I think that's going to be over. Come on, let's go. Punish the Bears. Let's now what we do, guys. We let everybody get in short. We want them all to go short right here at 58. We want them to. Because if they all go short, thinking short, it will blast off to 81. Watch it. Just watch this. Watch the marker. Watch this like 58 here, 61, 63. Because if they all go short here on these major levels and the Bulls grab it, they're going to run it to 81 and kill every one of these guys. What they'll do in the first place, though, they got to get certain areas. You have to come up here and tag the 72. Okay, we got to stay away from like the 52 because that's the short for the Bears. See, the people want to go short at 52. See, right there. And they come right back down to 38, 39. And the Bulls want to come back up here and go long at 47 and 41 and 39. and it actually 37. So you can go long at 37 and go all the way back until it breaks the 37. Now the bears have to break the 31 to go short. So we just wait because the bulls will try to go back long at 39, 41, 45, 47. See all the little levels? We know the game. If you don't break 31, we're just going to go long. Breaks. If it breaks to 47, we know we're good. Comes up to it every time. See, they're trying to get 31. The Bears want 31. Can't have it. Sorry. I'm sitting down here. Sorry about your look. But guys, we will let these people go short and let all these contracts build because I guarantee you, you're going to get hammered if they go short down here at 45 and 48, 58, and 62. Because if they get established at 62 and run this, it's going to be over. See how the Bears keep going short? That's because everybody's thinking short still. But see, the market wants to punish everybody going short. They let them have 4 or 5 points and slam them. Really, if the Bears get 25, they probably could go short, but 25 is a bounce. You know, watch 25 bounce, guys. So it's going to be 25 and 21 now. Both bounce. See how the 25 bounces back? All we do is we just keep taking the same trade just above the 31, like 30, 31, even 32. Just keep taking the same trade, 31, 32 long. It doesn't matter if you only get 400 bucks or 500. Because once we get to 62, I think we could really do some damage here. We could really run up 62 to 80, 81 to 84. Come on. Have we had enough? Have we had enough shorting from the Bears? And can we get 62 to break to 81? But to do that, we got to get 66 and 67 to work for us because they're in the way. Once you get 67, you're going to get 69. Then you're going to get 72, 75, 81. See, we just tagged the 70. We just tagged the 74. Just tagged the 75. Now we need to tag this. There we go. 81. There it is. Just tagged it. And that's how you do it. And now we got to cap this 85 to go up. 85 to 87, 87 to 91. 91 will run to, let's see, 92. We cap at 93 and we get 97. So now the target's 97, 98, and 301. There's your 97. You guys see the reversal trade we just got? $5,000. A 5K trade by watching where we know these bears were getting annihilated. 45, 51, and 62. And watch it come right back down to 62 because 63 is that long going back to 81 and 84. Because now the Bears, we know, we've watched the Bears pull that big wake back just then. Well, guess what? It's 59. So if you don't get the 59, it's long. It's long. Until she gets down to 59, it's just going to keep trying to go up. Takes the guessing out of it, guys. So, Justin, have we had a lot of feedback this morning? How's the room doing this morning, everybody? Hope you're having a good time. Yeah. The Bears want that 53. There he goes. Wow. Back to 45. See, guys, we get right back to 45. It's probably even going to come down to 31 again, but it's okay. We're just going to go long there again anyway. See, right there. We're just going to try to go long, right back where it came from. Every time we're going to go long at 31 today because that's the great place to be if you're a bull. But I guess maybe the Bears have had enough of us. They're done. But how do we know? How do we know, guys? How do we know? 93. That's how we know. If you don't get to 93, the Bears cannot reverse this. Okay. They need 293. Isn't it funny how you see these little levels in the market? You can take advantage of them. It's beautiful. Because the Bulls want to go long at like 26 again to get back to 31, to get back to 32 and keep running. And the Bears are trying to stay away from that 31 now. And the Bulls have even decided that, hey, we can go long now at 25 and kill you guys still. So we cut our trade, come back here, and we wait to 25. 25 and 31. So now we go back long in one of those two areas. That's all we do. We don't worry about the short because we can't really go short until she gets under 93. It'll save your money if you wait till she's under 93. And so what's the beauty about this, you take like a time you cut your trade, you get like 4 out of it, but then you come back and you get like 600-700 more, almost 1,000, and then boom, you're right back where you were. It's easy money. There it is. There's a $1,000 again. All we have to do as bulls is come up here and establish this 64. But remember, guys, there's always in betweens that we have to worry about. And I really think if we can get to 60, there he goes. And if we can get to 65 now, 66, we need 66. Somebody said Friday, total wizardry. He's a wizard at doing this. I got my crystal ball out this morning, guys. Let's go. You need 60, and we really need 65 to hit, man. If you get 65, we're going to take off again. But we keep messing around down here at this 45. What we're supposed to do, because that's where the Bears are at. So you got 45 and 48 that we need to keep going past. 58, 61, 65. See, as the market slows down, it gets easier. The levels kind of cool off, and the volatility kind of comes down a little bit, makes it easier. We still got a lot of volatility in this, a lot. See it jump all the way down to 31. There it goes again, 31. Unbelievable. 31 long. I think the Bears could do something here if they wanted to, but see what we're not scared of Bears because the Bears have to get to 22. The Bears can't go short till 22, guys. They can't. They can play, but they can't make nothing happen until they break 22. They're breaking the 22. There it goes. See the 22 come down? And it came right back to it. Now the Bears had to be down at 12, and the Bulls had to be at 31. So Bulls 31, Bears 12. See, now the Bears know they can go short at 25, down to 21, down to 17, and try to get to 12. But the Bulls know they want that 31 long. See it happening here, guys? We are not establishing 12 short. If they go 12 short, it's just going to come down here and hit 5. And then you got to break the 4, down to 3, and down to 2. Watch the 12, come to 5, right there, and the 2. See that? Spot on. See how I hit the 2 and went to 200? Now it's got to come down here low, 196. If you don't get 196, it's going to revert back to 218. Here, I'm going to take that off because I'm not in the trade anymore. So we got to get 217 to run back up. But we know we're waiting for 225 now. We can get 17 to 25, but I think 21's a good spot. 21, 22. $22 long, 25 long. Let's go. Come on. Oh, still not there. Right there. See up there, guys? Up there is where we want to be. We would like to be at 21. I'm trying to show you all, but I think I got mine around the 20. So we know 20 is a good spot. But if these Bears get in this 93, guys, this is going to be over. So we'll be taking a short down here. But we got to be careful because 186 is a bounce. It is. It's a big bounce. So we can't get the longs to come back up. So we're going to start looking short again. All right. Yep, they're going to keep playing games right here. So we're going to get 201, 203, 205. Come on, Bears. Are you going to do this or what? Nope. Not happening. Unbelievable. They can't hold it. Bears can't hold it. Bulls can't hold it. So now the Bulls are going to have to go up to 25. They're going to have to. And the Bears need this short at 192. With 192 short. Right there. See the 192 they try to get? See, they want the 192, but they're not allowing it to happen. But it did go down to 186, like we said, guys. So the Bulls bounced off 186 and go back to 225. And they want to go long right here at 225 to see if they can make something happen. So now you got a market that's just stuck. As you guys can see, there's not a lot going on. Justin, are you in the background doing something? Oh, okay. I hear a big pounding in my ears. All right, guys. Are we going to go short or are we going to bounce long at 186? So we have to come down here, but if we don't, it's going to go back long. I'm waiting to see if these bears clear to 73 right there. This is where the bears want to be short. $73.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Just trying to get this thing to come down here. Welcome everybody to Coach Becky to the show this morning. How you doing?
Yeah, she's been dancing the last.
Yeah, this thing's crazy.
Hey. Good. Yeah, I caught the short this morning.
Oh, you did?
With
That's
you.
awesome. It's either gonna go long at 86 or short at 73. See, the bulls want to stay long down here. They're trying to stay long at 86, 86.93, and they just can't seem to hold it when they grab it. See? So the bears are like, okay, we'll let you have that, but we want the 73 short.
Yeah, it's really sideways.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But we know 86 isn't long. We do. It's established long. And under 73 is an established short. Yeah, it's just not going to work.
Looking at my mouse.
Come on, let's go. Either 86 long or 73 short, guys. See right here, right there. Under 73. Now, you get down to 63, she moves. Where did you go? There's a 63. And the target is 39. Come on, 39. There you go. Now, if you break 39, it's 33. But you have to clear 37. If not, you're going to bounce 39 and go back to 50. So you got to be under 39, guys. You don't want to be at 50, and you don't want to be established bull on the bull run at 57. Can we get back down where we start? Can we go all the way back down to 31? Remember 31? Oh, not happening. See, the bulls now have a cap, guys. For the bulls to make
the bulls are trying to defend this area, it seems.
Oh yeah, they are really defending that blue box. So the bears know the bulls will try to go back long around 75. So they want to keep it away from there. They want to get down to 59 and get lower. The bears need to break the 51. If you don't break the 51, it won't go short. See? Now you have to get down to 39 to keep it short, and then down to our target at 31 to go deeper. There's 31. It bounced off 31 again. The bounce back to 31 is 39. Now, once you get this established at 31 and we start moving, we will be looking for the 12, 112 down there. But we know the bulls will try to break it back up at 46. See? Watch the 45. Right there. See that? 45 to 54. So now the bulls can't do anything until they get to about 55.
The level has been persistent.
Yeah. So now we have the 39 again, short long. See? Watch 39. It's going to tap it. Then it'll tap the 33. 33, 39. 39 short down to 23 is what we want. We'd like to see the 31 to 23. That's what we want to see. We want to see 31 go to 23. And then 23 takes it further down. I think 23 is going to kill this thing. I think 23, guys, is where the market absolutely just goes. What's the 123? Because it could be brutal.
Right? You go down to 2,900 fast.
Yeah. They're going to tag
Mhm.
probably the 95 down there. That's where I'd be tagging, the 95. That's a draw. It's a nice draw. But we know we have targets down here. We have targets at 111 and 110. You break those, we're coming south. Down there are 95 that we called. And there it is, 95. Now you're going to go to 90. And if you get under 90, we're looking for 74. Remember, guys, you got to look at 90 for pullback. If you break 90, we go to 74. Man, we got a deep move here. And it's beautiful. Come on, 63, let's go.
She's
63
breaking.
is going to push it further down.
Shorts were good today.
Yeah. You guys see my box right there? Remember I told you about the box? That's the danger area for pullbacks. We're looking for 63 and we're getting it. And now the next target now will be 50. And there it is. If you break 50, this is going to be crazy. This could be really bad for bulls. I mean, bad. We have a huge target, which target now, we have bigger targets low, but our target would be down here. This is that target low for now. There's a bigger one than this, but we'll wait.
Yeah, we could take out the pre-market lows.
Oh, yeah. We're trying to get down here to this 90 now. Wow. Let's go. It's all bear now, guys. It's going to keep coming.
Sick trade.
Another one. Yeah. That's 2 times this morning over 10K. So, guys, we're looking.
Mike. Woo.
Sorry, what'd you say?
On fire.
12 short, and the bulls were trying to establish 32.
A little delay, but you're on fire, man. These are great trades.
Yeah, we're just doing our thing, man. Let's go down to 12, guys, and keep running down. See 12? Now it's 8. So you got to break the 8 short, or it's 27 long. See, the bulls want 27 to go back to, and the bears want the 8. So what you're looking for is 8. It's coming down. Okay, so another thing we have to worry about. Yeah, it's crazy. Is this right there? Those 2 candles. That can be a problem. Just when the market lets you know, we got to stay under that, guys. If you want to keep this market going south, you got to hold that blue line. But the bulls got a great pullback here if they use it. They got, you got 92.
Looks like what's the target on the downside is a question from a watcher.
Yeah, that target on the downside right now is 90, 91, but the big target's 943, which is like right here somewhere, right there, right in that area. So it'd be like 43 to like 38. That's our big. What I tell you about the line right here, guys. Because see what these bulls want to do is they want to come up here and get the 21, and then they want to take out the 30. Because they know 21 goes to 30. See it? Right there. We just tapped 30. Then 30 will try to go back to 44. And if you get 44, this is where they can really start making massive moves. 44 goes all the way back to 94. So you can see pull this really far back. Now that's on the regular side. The big side of this, you really can't do anything with these bulls until you break 55 to 75. If we don't get 55, it will probably stay short. If they get over 55, they can go to 75 long. But we're so deep in this trade, it don't matter. So we scale and keep money.
Mm-hmm.
All we do is
And
scale.
one tip for the viewer, Croco was asking about the numbers, how it's kind of hard to see on your chart, but Mike has up the hourly chart. So you can draw on your end.
Yeah, you just got to listen to the numbers, guys. Now, see on this one right here, the Bears know their pullback is going to be 58. Okay. The Bulls know they want to go to 78, try to push it to 95. If not, she'll try to break 58, come back to 43 and 30. Let's see, the Bears got all the way
Mike, we
down.
have a new person in the audience today on YouTube. Thank you for being here. 663. And he was wondering about how you decide to take partial.
How do I decide what?
If you want to scale out, when do you decide to scale out?
Okay, guys, when I scale out, it's when it starts breaking major areas coming back forward. That first area of scale is going to be 50, 50 and 55. Watch 55 and 50 on your chart. We know the Bears can go back short at 54, but the Bulls won't that long at 55. So we know 55 is dangerous to our account. So we scale at 55. If we get 54 short, we just hold this short again. But if we can scale at 55 and just wait, and this is how we do that. Now, what we would be considering, we know right now we're safe until 132, 133. So 133 is the total exit to get completely out at 133. Or we just hold. We just keep holding and watch it go down. Now you have exit targets you could take on this trade 51, 55, or 72. You can get out at 72 or even 91 if you wanted to. It's just totally up to you, but that 55 area is a good place to really watch and scale. Hope it answers your question. You see, it always goes back to it. And this is why we scale. See, I could have closed this trade completely and went long right here because I already knew it was going to bounce. But this is just noise. That's all it is. It's either going to be 55, 54 short or 55 long back to where? 74. 55 goes to 74. See the 74 coming up? Right there, 74. And then 74 long goes back to 90 long, which will then hit 95 long, which can really make you move. So see right now, the Bears come down here and let's see right there. So the Bulls would need the 78 here to continue and the 83. The Bears only need the 54 down to 44 and 33. So it's just a game. It's a big game every day, guys. I love playing this little game. Let's see if the Bulls break the 75, 78, 95. Watch. There it is. It went right through it, guys. This is how you know you're calling perfect trades. When you can call the 55 to 74 to 95, and it goes right through it. Now, 95 tries to run. They can run this up to 133 from here. They really can. But where I tell you guys my exit was 133. Remember? We don't want to be there. So now the Bears will try to get under 95 to come back to 86.
I think we often see this on Mondays that they can bounce.
Yeah, it does. The Bulls will try to break 107 to go up. They break the 107, they get the 108, they're going to try to establish 133. But they have to keep breaking little small increments. 90 to 119, 119 north. Or the Bears are trailing us at 98. See, the Bears like to follow you. Just like the Bulls like to follow the Bears. And guys, getting in the trades where we know Bulls and Bears stop and say, this is the level we want. And that's what we do. So you could have took this long all the way down here at 31. But I'm just showing you guys if we get to 33 close. Just like I said, 33. Well, this you could put a break even and walk away. Because now the Bears are wanting 94 again to come down to 76. They got to get 94. If the Bears don't get 94, which there it is, they won't have anything. If it gets above 94, the Bears can't do much with this. If it gets below that, they're going to try to go to 77. The Bears want 77 target. Come on. See if you can get it, Bears. Actually, I think it's 78. 78, but one tick over there. 78 and 94. The Bulls are at 94, waiting to go back up. The Bears are at 78, wanting to push it down to 57 if you can. See 78? It just hit. Now watch this, see if they go to 58. There it is. Stupid. Now the Bears want to come down to 43 if they can get the 58 to hold. But remember, guys, where's our big short? 50, 54. So can they get 54 to come down to 43 again? Then 43 will go to 30. See, 43. Come down to 30. Come on. Can we get 30 to go deeper? That's what we want. You got to hold 43 there. If it don't hold 43, guys, she's going back to 52, 55. And there it is, right back up. But see, we know the Bulls can't do crap until they get to 77. It just won't happen. They can bounce off the 57 to 77, but you got to have 78 if you want to keep this run. The Bulls need 78 to 95. The Bears need 57 to 43 to 30. Watch the 57. And see, 57 tries to establish us for the big short at 49.50. See, there's 49. And this is where it really begins for the Bears. Anything under 49, guys, is dangerous to be a bull.
Yeah.
Because she's going to get that third. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
That was a nice little retracement the last 10 minutes and could be going again.
Yeah. They get her to 30, I think it will. I think they'll try to take 30 all the way to the 112, 113. Let's see if they can get 30 down to 113. Oh, ain't happened. It's fun to play the game. It's fun to be on the Bears side watching these bulls panic. And it's fun to be on the bull side watching the Bears panic. See, there's the 30, guys. That's what we need right there. We need 30 to come down and push. And there it is. Now we need 21 to push deeper. 21 will wind up pushing down to 30, to 13. Watch 13. 21 to 13. Come on. Let's go. You're almost there.
Yes, you are printing money this morning, Mike. It's a beautiful start to the week.
It's great. Yeah, it's the second trade over 10K today.
You guys got to spread the word about BluSky at YouTube because Mike's pretty on fire in the morning.
Yeah, I don't try to get in here and do crazy stuff. I just try to call the market like it is. You know what I mean? 13 south. Guys, if they get 13 south, we could probably go to 91. There's 13. Come on, let's go 91 now. Come on down to 91. And see, the Bulls got that little place there at 21, which goes right back to 31 and tries to get 34. If we don't get 34 and cap the 36, it's not happening. So guys, you can't do nothing until you get 36 with Bulls. And now we got to get down to the 2 for the Bears because 2 will take us to 91. And that's what we want. We want the 2 south to 91. The 91 could be 71. We're down here again. Same spot. Beautiful shore. Oh, I see you on camera. I didn't
the
see
Bears were the direction this morning. That was great. We got some retracements, but the Bears are the stronger pressure.
I see you on camera, Becky. I didn't know you were on camera. I see you in the corner of my screen over there.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry. I'm so focused on the camera. I never looked that way. It's cool, though, guys. See how it came all the way down?
I love it. By all means, focus on the levels because yeah,
it's just crazy that we're playing this little game down here. They jump it every time at the 31. Now it's 86, and they're going to go right back to 94. Unreal. 94 can break the 101. I really just can't believe these Bulls are trying to hang on here.
There's a comment from a viewer, Rice, about giving away accounts, and we definitely intend to.
Yeah.
But we're growing the YouTube, so bring your friends. Let's blow it up. This is the place where we print money in the morning, so we want to kind of get robust community, and then there's going to be giveaways. You never know.
That's right. Spread the word, guys. So when you break 95, and we're probably going to come up here about the 100, 101.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Bulls got their eye on 121. But they have to break the 5. If you break the 5, well, you got to hold the 101 to get to 5, and then you got to go 121. If not, the Bears want to come back to 104 or to 86. 86 is a bad spot for the Bulls, unless it goes back and reverses long, which we could. But in the real market world, Wall Street has a level at 91, and that level goes up against their big level at 110. So we know 110 could be dangerous because it could pull back to 131. But we also know that this 94 to 106 here can guide you all the way to 121. So there's little levels inside of the other levels, and that's what we do. We focus on all of them and just try to capture money. Here she comes down again. These bears killing me. Nobody can make their mind up today, Becky. Who's going to do what here? Can we please stay bearish? Bulls need to stay home.
I know. I love trading with the Bears, but they are like the Bulls are trying to defend these lows repeatedly today. We'll see.
They are. The Bears need 75 to 73 to get this to go down again. 73 will move it down. But they'll bounce 75 and 73 for the Bulls. Back to like 87, 94. Unreal.
Mm-hmm. Mike, I got to read you this comment because it's a serious nod to you. This viewer says, this is insane what you guys are doing for people make dollars. No other broker does it.
I'm sorry. I couldn't catch all of that. What did you say?
Excellent work. All right, there's a little bit of delay between you and I, Mike, but I just want to make sure you see this comment here where a viewer says that thank you, that no other broker does what you do in the morning.
That's awesome. Thank you for the comments, guys. We just try to do our best to show people that trading is not all what you see. There's a lot of things involved in this that people don't tell anybody. And they don't even know themselves. That's why you haven't ever seen it. No one calls the levels like I do. Nobody. Ain't a person out there that can do what I'm doing. This is stuff I've made up on my own and made up my own strategy.
Nor does it. You know, the people don't show up like you do in the morning like this.
No, I like to show up big, man. Let's go. Let's make money. Go big or go home.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bears need the 47. The Bulls need the 7.
Plus, there's enough for all of us to win together. Like, that's the best.
That's right. Everybody's always wanting a good trading buddy. Take care of each other, you know?
All right, let's win together.
No. 76, 78 every time. The Bulls love it.
I would vote Mike for president.
Me too. If I was president, I would say, okay, we're gonna have one big giant online room for traders. So the Bears really need to get this 55 to 43 here.
Come hang out and let's make some money.
Mm-hmm. If they could just get this, I think this 52 and 55 here. We know, yeah, it's the 57, guys. The Bears want the 57 down to 47. The Bulls bounce off 57, try to establish their hold at 66 to run back to 78. Watch the 66 go to 78. Because if you break 78 and you finally get this 82, you will run up. See right there? Right there. And there it is. She goes right 82 to 93. Now, what the Bears don't want the Bulls to do is to get to 101. Because 101 will go to 108, and the 108 we're going to run. I think 108 goes back to 121 now. But we keep playing with Bears down here at 72 and 78. And they'll probably bounce off the 65. Watch the 65 bounce. See that? There he goes. Crazy.
Yeah, these levels, she's definitely playing back and forth on them. There's a little bit of a battle going on between the Bears and Bulls right here.
Oh, yeah. Definitely so. I think these Bears are getting tired of it, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think Becky has her BluSky shirt on. It's blue.
Sure do.
I got the same one on.
Team BluSky Man.
That's cool.
We actually recorded the podcast today too.
That's awesome.
1:30 Eastern live with you all. Coach Matt and Justin will be doing the BluSky podcast today.
That's awesome. Check that out, guys. 1:30. A lot of free good stuff. A lot of free good training, good coaching. Okay, so now the Bears are trying to make a new deal here. So,
yeah, we really believe in knowledge sharing in BluSky. You know, like Matt and I, we just enjoy kicking back what the market is doing and the factors.
Nope. Well, is it the Bulls' turn again? It's hilarious. Like I said, guys, if these Bulls can get to 101, they're going to be looking for 108 and 108 to 121. And I really think they're going to get that 108 and push. It's possible. There's 108. Now 121. There it is. And now it's 132. Unless they pull back. And there they go. They pulled it right back. Woo. Right down to 57 again. Unreal.
Yeah.
I love that.
Took out a few stops.
Yep. That's all it was. So 57 short here. That's what they really want. The Bears want the 57. Guys, the Bulls can't do anything until they cross the 95. They can't. I mean, they can try to start at 77, but you have to get 77, 92, 95. If you don't, you're going to reverse, at 77 and wind up at 58, or unless the Bears try to establish the 68 bounce. So if it pulls back to 68 and doesn't go short, it'll probably bounce 68, go long. See that? It just happened right there, 68. Then find the 57. Now the Bears want to clear the 45, and they want to get down to 31 again.
Here we go.
Can we get right back down to 31 off of 45? We got to have the 45, 40, 45 here. And the Bulls will establish the 57 again and go right back to 68, right back to 77. And 77 runs them to 87, but if they can hold that, watch the 87.
They're definitely arguing over this level.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. That's why I put the box here, like a big protection area. So 87, 91, 94, and 101. And if you don't get those, it comes back to 68, tries to get 58 to 43. 68, 58, 43, or 68, 58 long, and 43 long. So it just bounces. See how it bounces off those? When we came down, we came right down here and hit this. There's 43.
Well,
Isn't it funny how we hit 43 and bounce? It's beautiful. And then we'll try to go to 57 bounce. So either hit 57, guys, or we come back down here to 43. Once you hit 57, you hit 68. 68, 75. 75 to 78. If you can get 75 to clear 78, then you are looking at 88, 87.
write them down, guys. Write down the numbers, my calls.
Do I?
Yeah, when you call them, we got to write them down, pay attention, take notes, get our money.
That's right. Because right now, guys, you want to break the 78 to 82 and 82 to 86 and try to run that 91, 95. If not, these Bears will come down here and they're going to establish that 58, 57 again. If they get 57, they're going to try to get back down to 42. So now you know 57 is a good place to bounce and go back, or it's going to go to 42. See, there's 57 again, all over. Remember, guys,
I feel like we could break the low of the New York session here. We're pushing at it. It'd be good to take all those stops on the downside.
Yep. And remember, if it breaks 57, guys, if you get to 62, 63, that's 5, 6 points. Take those points. 5 points is a good trade. It all equals up. Come on, 57. We just need you to go short. Because
I think that's such a great message of like getting your points and locking them in. Your accounts will grow.
Yep. Because see, the Bulls are protecting the 49-51 or the Bears. The Bears don't want us breaking 49 because they know we're going to kill their ass. It's going to be over. But right now we're playing silly Bull games and silly Bear games. Tag, you're it. You know? But
Right.
There. If the bears could break 49 and stay there, it'd be beautiful. But they keep bouncing off those lower levels. You guys always watch that bounce at 51 and 55 because it's going to bounce there until it breaks every single time. See that? There's that protection. 51. See it? 51, 55. They know the Bears have to have that hold at 51, 49. And if they can't, they will bounce it. The human algo.
Right.
I'm going to get me like a robot outfit.
That's you.
Yeah. Come on. Let's go 51, 49.
Yes.
Come on. Let's go. Man, the Bears just need to get that 51, 49 down to 43, guys. 43, 41, 35. And then they get to 31, they got that bigger move. So we've already got it set up. We know where we got.
Mm-hmm.
Now on my chart, I'm going to show you guys something. Right here. Right. It's right here, actually. Right there. And then you go. I'll check these again. I'm going to move this here. Let's see. Right there. So you see these little lines? Those are the areas where the market plays.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be, that's 74, 91, 10, 12. And see how we got down here, guys, under 43 that I told you, and the 31. This is what happens when you get into 31. You're going to come all the way down and try to establish the big move at 2. 2.50 can absolutely fly, or it will reverse. And where else can it reverse? It's going to reverse it at the 22. Remember, we hit 22 earlier, and it went 40 points north. Actually, it went from 22 to 55 the last time we pulled back. But this time, if you get to 0, look at this. There it is. There's 22. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. There's your 22
PS
reverse.
just hit their double bottom for the morning. We'll see if we can break it now.
Now, 58 is where the bulls need to be. There's 58. Now you have to
they're
break
defending.
68 to 75, 75 to 77. You see that line right here? This is a long short at 74.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's actually about 73, but I call it 74. And see what's really weird about this, you get up here to about this 91 right here. This could be, it could be, oh, shoot, I must have moved that. Sorry, guys. Right there, 91. That 91 goes to 110, 112, which then gets to our big level that we always keep calling today. And that's right here at 31. And remember, guys, these levels will change tomorrow. So every day we just got to read them. But see, 91 is a good place to be.
Mhm.
But we can look
Show
at
up
the
every
market.
morning. Sky.
Do I? I missed it. What you said.
Show up every morning and you'll have new levels and talk us through the day every morning before the market opens.
Oh, yeah. So now the Bears want to stay under like 70 if they can. They got to come down and establish 58 again. Imagine that. Same one. $58 down to 43 again. So the Bulls want to get back to 87, guys, and they want to clear the 95. I think if you clear 95, we can go back up. But if we don't clear 95, we won't go back up. Because we know 51. Remember, guys? 51.49. And where are we trying to go? Down there again. And I think the Bears can do it if they can hold 58 and 55 down there. What a morning.
Beautiful morning.
It is. See, guys, we want to hold the 58.55 to get back to 51.49 and start that move again. But we know the Bulls are defending this 49.51. They are. They just keep sending it back. But it's been a good morning, though. It's done really well.
Yeah, it's been a great morning. Got to print some nice money. I think everyone who traded with you made profits today. I certainly did.
That's awesome. Awesome. So we can go up to 1 hour and let's just go over here, guys. Let's go back to the 15. Now, you see what we got here? On the 50-minute, you can see the box is a lot bigger. It's the same price, just bigger box.
Mm-hmm.
But we also know that
I think a new viewer just popped in and is wondering about your next lowest target, Mike.
right now, if we don't get the 49 low, we won't have a next target. We have to break 48, 49.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, at the moment, though, the Bears want 58 to 43. And there it is. So if the Bears get 43, they try to get to 31.
Let's go.
If you can't get 43, the Bulls will pull it back to 58. So can we get this to stay down here? Under 43 to 30. Can we get to 30, guys? Now the 30 might bounce. So watch the 30. Because 31 could be a nice area. 31 down to 21. So see 31, you got to get down to 21. Actually, you got to get down to 27, then 21. Or you pull back to 43. Now we know the cap level for the Bulls is 51. So the Bulls will try to establish that long 51, 58, 67. If the Bulls can't get to 51, guys, the only place we can go long is 31. Back to 43, 51. If we get under 31, we try to get 27 down to 21. We'd like to see it break 21 and come down, or a 51 and go up.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. You can see the down move right here. Bears, bears, pullbacks, bears, bears, bears. And we are under the 49.
Doesn't feel like they've bottomed out yet, even though the Bulls are trying down here.
Yeah, I think the bottom out is down here. I still think it's down here about 940, 938. I think that's a crucial area for the Bears to make a statement, and then let the Bulls run it back up, or go sideways, contraction, whatever. I think that would be a smart area.
Mm-hmm.
And they might go past it a little bit too. I mean, because if I was the Bears, I would go past this and go right to 9. Let's see. What is it? Right there. 9.25, 925.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys, we're down here at the 20 again.
Remember, yes, just broke the low. I think they might be heading for 73.96.
Yep. They just got to break 17 to bring us all the way down to 5 and 5 to 3. You break 3, you will be sitting at 92, 91. There she goes. Now we break 91, and this thing could really come down right here. Remember, 91, guys, is protection area. You break 91, hold on to your hat. It could go really good here at 91. See, 91 and 3, 91.35, all pullbacks. 91.35.
Let's go.
Come on. Don't get back up there. We don't want to go to 22 again. We want to stay away from that. We just need a 5, 3, and 91. Because, see, they know a 5 starts it.
Think it.
They can stay under 5. They got it made. You got to hold 5. There it goes at 21 again. Crazy. That don't mean anything, guys. That's just a way to kill people's stops. Because she has to break 31 to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, boys. Let's go. Get that 91. 91 is going to be a deep move, I have a feeling. I think 90, 91 is going to absolutely come down.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Go right down to our level. Hey, there you go. Come on. Come on. Keep coming. So we got 91 guys down to 80.
Go.
We need 80. That's another little pullback. Don't mean nothing. Just going to pull back 2025 here. Because if it don't pull back over the 31, it's not going to happen. Come on, let's go. So we know we're still trying to get this to come down, guys.
Yeah, drop.
The Bears need the 5 and the 29 even. 29 even will probably start this. Can we get it? We just keep bouncing back and forth, Becky. It just don't want to hold down.
I know.
We're all
It's really battling down here, but I think the Bears are trying.
yeah, we see it coming, but they just can't get it done. But I think what they're doing is letting people go long and add those contracts down here at about 97
Yes,
or
got it.
91. They'll get them, let them play around to get 91, establish that down to 78, and then slam them. 91, 78, guys, on the low side. That's what we're looking for. And the Bears try to get low under 5. They need 5 to hold. That's where it begins. You got to have 5 to hold. 5 and 29 even. It's weird how 5 points makes a big deal. And watch the 91.
It's a level they're fighting over.
Yep. Come on, 91. Let's go. There it is, right there. See 91? If you can break that, we go to 78. If we don't, we go back to 5. Come on, break it. Let's go. This is the way gaining that money, though. The Bears get them all to go long and slam them short. See, we go back to 5, back to 29. 29 even, back to 5. If they let the Bulls run a little bit, it'll be 21. Maybe even 28.
Here we go. Here we go again.
Not even. Unreal. If we just get 91 to hold, man, it's just crazy. I want to see this thing drop before I get off this morning. I'd like to see it bust our big level down there. That'd be awesome. So I tell you what we'll do, Becky. We're going to ask
making money this morning, guys.
Yeah. We're going to ask the question, Becky.
This has been a great morning with you, Mike.
It is. It's been a great morning. Great session. So here's what we're going to ask everybody on YouTube. So we got the 941 down here low. So what do you think is the target under the 925? Where do you think my next target is? If you can get that, I'll give you a free 50K today. 50K account. Okay? A giveaway.
Ooh, Mike's got a giveaway, guys.
So if you can nail it, okay, and hang on a second. Let me go here. Wait, I gotta go here, guys. Hang on. We ain't doing it just yet, guys. I need to go do something real fast.
Okay.
We'll start in just a minute. So you're in the
my keyboard's so bad.
You're in the main chat with us, right, Becky?
Yeah, I'm under my Market Mama's account, but yes, that's me.
Yeah, I put it in the BluSky participant thing there. You'll see it on Teams. I put that number in Teams for you and put your name.
Ooh, okay. Mike put it out there.
You see it?
Do I get to tell the people who wins?
Yeah. So okay, guys, it now begins. Can you call the level I'm looking for after 9:25? We'll let this contest run for 3 minutes to 11:30. See if somebody can hit it on the nose to win an account. And on your mark, get set, go.
I don't see it in Teams. I might need it in Slack. Let me message you.
Yeah, just message me. There you go. I sent it. See it?
I see it.
Okay, good. We're good, guys.
Yeah, all right. 2 minutes, guys.
Who
Get your
is
votes
gonna
in.
win? While we're waiting, guys, we gotta come down here, and we still gotta hit this 5, and we still gotta get this 29 even to go down here to the 91, and we got to cap 89 to run now. So 91, 89 is where we need to be, and that will put us at 78. See if anybody gets it. What's the level after 925 down? We should have the Jeopardy music going. Da, da, da.
So under 925, guys. Next lower target.
Yep. And there, we just broke that big one there. Oh yeah. I told you guys 91 was going to work. Look at this. 43 and 41 are the targets.
Mm-hmm.
43, 41. Now to get those, you have to do what?
Right.
55. You got to get 55, guys. Because the Bulls are going to try to hold the 79. Okay. Oh, yeah. Come on, boys. Let's go. Oh,
Last 30 seconds, guys. Get your votes in. Next lower target under 925.
Woo, there it is. There's our 43. Hit that target. Perfect. And now we hit the 38. See that, guys? Right down here. So we got to have the 42 to get low. And the Bulls want the 61. The Bulls get 61, they'll probably take this back to 79.
All right, everyone get their votes in? I think we got a lot of good votes.
Do we get a winner?
We didn't get a direct winner. I'm trying to see. Is that closest without going under?
Yeah, you can't go under. If they get within like 2 ticks, we'll give it to them.
Oh. All right, I'm going to post the winning number here. Let's see who wins it. Everyone ready?
Yep, we're ready.
28,895 is the winner. So that is the next lower target. Mike's target under 925.
Nope. That's what it is.
Let's see who's closest. Might be purple.
You guys, I told you about the 61. Where it went.
Laura? Oh, Tina Marie. Tina Marie's the winner.
Really? Awesome. Congratulations, Tina Marie. You have won.
Closest.
That's awesome. She has to reach out to support, and they can give her an account.
Reach out.
And get with, I guess we can get with support. Let them know. It's awesome, though, guys.
Yeah, I will message right now. Tina Marie is the winner. Woo!
Congratulations, Tina Marie. Good job.
You message too, Tina. You get your. That's fun.
It is fun. So you see, guys, how we came back up and we bounced the 61, like I told you. We cleared the 81. We cleared the 91. Now the Bulls got to clear the 2 and the 5, right? So you got to get that 91.25 again. And 91 is going to be a tough cookie. If not, we'll probably end up pulling back down again to 78 and going 73. But we did establish that big low, Becky, and that's what we wanted. That's our target. That was our morning. This is our big morning target right here.
Look at Kiss your level to the tick almost.
Look at that. It's crazy.
Beautiful.
But see, these Bulls now,
Perfect.
they want to come up here and hang on to 77.75 and 86.91. But they really want, what the Bulls really want is to get back to 49.51 up north. 0.49, 0.51. That's where they want to go. But they have a lot of problems getting there because you have to clear the 21 again. Remember the old 21 we keep playing that? You got to get 21, 30, and 31. Once you get 31, you can clear to 36 and then 42 and 42 to 46. And then we get our 51. And this is trying to get back to that 51 level on that big pullback. It's amazing.
Nice. Oh, and I got to give an extra shout out. Tina Marie is a brokerage trader at BluSky. So definitely boss trader. And now this is an account.
That's awesome. Good job.
Yeah, so we grow traders here at BluSky. Winning. This is great. She knows her levels.
Sorry, that's awesome. So you guys see the big bounce off our low of 38 down there? We expected this to happen. Protection area. It's like you got 905, 925, 921. You got the 33, 32 here. Then you got 42, 44, 45, up to 55. So it just keeps doing the same things until it figures out where it wants to go off the numbers that we have. But the good thing about it is we're spot on. We don't miss these levels. And people ask me, well, why are you still short? Well, look where I got in at, 169. We're way up there. We're way above stupid. And that's what you want to be. we don't care
Beautiful.
about we don't care about being a short up here because all this noise down here doesn't make a difference. Where will we cut this trade off? Probably in the 91 or the 111. The 111, I'd probably get out of it right here because I've already got all the add-on from this morning anyway. See what 52 goes to 55? Right there. Now 55 can run up to where? 60, what was that, 66? Yeah, 66. And 66 to 73, 73, 78. So see how guys we got above the 51. Remember 51? There it is. Your 49 and 51 is a long area for the bulls. So I'm fixing to get off anyway. Let's close this, right? And let's watch the pullback at 49.51. If it doesn't pull it back, guys, we know 49 will stay short. And 51 to 54 will go long. Okay? It's all a game. They go structure, price to price. It's beautiful.
Watch your levels, see what happens there.
Yeah.
Great example today, Mike.
It is a great example. See, now watch. Most of these guys, I'm just going to show you guys. You don't have to take this, okay? I'm going to show you when it gets there, but what they're doing. See, most of these guys are going to try to go long down here at like 36, right? But they don't realize the pullback is 49, correct? So the bears want to go long at 31, not 36. And they want to get the 22. So see, when you enter the trade in the wrong area, it has consequences. So 22 will try to come south, back to 6. If 22 doesn't happen, it'll pull back to 31 and try to establish 45. So we don't trade this right now because we would like to see 49 go back, or the big trade down here, the deep trade on this is 74 short, which is 974 short. Right now, you've got a bunch of little things playing. And this is where people lose money, this little area right here. Because the bulls, they got to establish 67 to go back. And the bears need 23, 22. That's how that works. See, I wish the bulls could just go back to 49.
That was a great morning target down there.
I know, right? It was beautiful. 38. We pretty much got almost all that short today.
Draw the line. Mike has on his charts, man.
This is crazy. Okay, I want to show you guys this right here. Watch. See, this is where these guys want to jump in and make money as a bull. They're above 49, right? Well, see, the bears know you want to go long. So they try to keep that 49 away from you to take your account. See? So somebody on YouTube will say, "Oh man, I'm going long at 48." It's going to be a problem there. You have to know where to get that long. You have to be above 49. Now I'm showing you this example. I'm not trading this right now, guys. But I'm just showing you what will happen between 49 and 54. It can go 49, 54 and stop cold and pull right back to 48 and go south. I just wonder if the market has a way.
Makes sense. Retracements.
Yeah. I wonder if the market has like an algo somewhere that can that pretty much can read where everybody gets in, gets out, gets in, gets out, and forms around it. You know, it's possible. Not saying it does, guys. I don't know. It's just a guess.
Mhm.
It's what I would do though.
You've got away with this market.
Yeah, I love trading. I've been doing it a lot. So see, guys, see the 49? I kind of got mine too high up there. I did want 55. Hang on. Let me show you right here. That's even higher now. That's crazy. Anyway, 49.51. I didn't want 58 to show you all this. I'm just trying to show you an example here. But you kind of get what I'm talking about. See the 49? Down again. One hole.
Mhm.
It gets right back down to 31. And 31
Yeah.
is that area that comes down to 21, 22, tries to fade here all the way down to 6. So your target off 31 is 6, but it has to hold the 31 to get the 6. I think they can actually go 31, 23, 20 and get to 6. They need 20 to make this work. And it just pulled back to 13. Now 9, 6. See? There it is, Becky. Isn't that crazy or what?
Yes. That's
I
great.
love calling that.
Yeah.
And believe me, that's for a person in the market, for you to call every level like that, that's craziness. It is.
It's unheard of.
It's called a lot of chart time. About 8, well,
Experience.
yeah. It's a lot of years with a lot of hours. I used to spend 10 hours a day trading and learning every day, 5 years, 6 years. So imagine the chart time
Mhm.
in 5 years.
You can't fake that expertise. You can't buy that. That's time.
No, it's something you ain't going to find in an indicator. You know what I mean? But I would like to turn this into one. That'd be kind of cool.
Mhm.
It would take a lot of craziness to make this an out.
You'd be the one who could do it.
Yeah. We got a good team, so anything's possible. We always say that. Anything's possible. And the way the world is today, guys, with the food and the gas and all that, 500 a day keeps the gas bill away. That's my motto.
Yep. It adds up. This is such a beautiful way to make money if you can really invest the time and energy and get it figured out.
I totally agree.
Mhm.
Are you still drinking coffee?
Mike is the Wall Street wizard. That's right, Breezy. Mhm. We're so lucky to have you stream with us in the morning. It's so generous of your time, Mike. You don't have to be here, but you show up for us.
Yeah. I want to help people make it. I want people to learn and learn how to trade and make good money.
Everyone who's in the room this morning on YouTube making money, like share it with a friend. This is pretty unprecedented on YouTube.
Yeah, we've only called what 28,000 in trades today. That's nuts.
Amazing. Just an average Monday. Oh,
I call it Manic Monday because the markets are crazy. Everybody's trying to get back from the long weekend.
mhm,
Manic Monday,
mhm.
Terrible Tuesday, Wild Wednesday, and throwing something around Thursday. And Friday used to be our best day in the markets. Everybody loved Friday.
Right.
Everybody trade, be happy for the weekend. Back in like 18 and 19, we were trading Friday and just having a field day.
Friday fun day.
I started trading the NASDAQ. It was 9,000. That's a long time ago. 9 and
Ooh, dang, Mike. Wow.
8. Yeah.
Yes, we're definitely bears. That's right.
Yeah, that's crazy. I remember we used to call levels of 8,750. That's crazy. You guys see getting back to
That's
that
incredible.
box. Yeah. So we're getting back to that box. See the box, guys? You got to get that 5. Stay above 5. It's going to come up here and try to cap the 21, 22, and the 25. Because you really need 25 to 31 if you're going to make anything happen here. 31 is a good place. See, there's your 25. And can we get to 31? There's 31.
Yeah, she might hold now. That was a good target that we tagged.
Yeah. 31 to 43. Remember, where are we trying to get back, guys? 49. Remember 49 and 51? That's a big area where either structures back down or the bulls try to stay long at 49.51. That's exactly where you have to go back to get this market to start going up today. You got to hold those areas. If you can hold 51 and 49 and stays there, what it'll do, guys, it'll go from 49 to 51, 73, 91, 110, 112, 131, 172, 173, and 184. And those are your targets going north today. Okay. Did you get those, Becky?
Right. Right. Write them down.
Yep. But if you stay under 49 today, 0.49 and 0.51, you can pretty much just wait for it to keep falling. It's pretty wild. Staying a lot longer than I wanted to today, but it's all right. Usually 11 o'clock I get off. It's almost noon. We've been having fun.
I know you're so generous with your time.
Yeah, I don't mind. I have a lot to do sometimes, but this helps.
We're so lucky.
It helps people, I just can't wait to get them all in the same room with me. Like a big.
Yeah, it's a big deal. This is not really available.
Yeah. We need them all just to move to one area, put them in a warehouse.
Well, we're just starting here, BluSky. Like getting on YouTube every morning has made it really accessible.
Yeah. And I think it's a good thing. YouTube's a good thing. We can reach out to a lot of people. There's a lot of people struggling.
Yeah.
See, guys, coming right back.
We're here to help.
77, 76 here is what they want. The Bears would like to have the 76 down to 73, 73 to 62. So can they get to 73 to 62? Or will it pull back to 92? 92 is the pullback. right? See it? There's 91. It's amazing. $92. Absolute craziness. We would like to see this trade down here. Right.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get to that 895 target down there.
Yeah, we'd like to see it go to 74 down here and get 62. That's what the Bears want. And the Bulls want the 5 going back to the 13.
Yeah, I had a target of 916 on in, but
yep, I got 13. So right there.
Next level.
See the 5 right here, guys? That's the one that goes to 13, 16, and 21. It's the 5. There's your 21. It just hit it. They get like the 20. Now we break the 21. We're going to be looking for 30. Can we break 21 and get 30? If not, we'll pull back to 6 and 5. See, there's 21, right? So we'll sit right there at 21 and see if we get 30 out of this. And there it is. Boom, 30, $800. Bye. That's how quick you can make $800 with 4 contracts at 31. If it breaks 31, 42 is the next target. If we don't get 42, we will pull back to 31.
Yeah, they're trying to defend this low.
Yep. But the Bulls want to try to cap 37 to get to that 41, 43 area. And where do we look to get out? 49, 51, right? Because if they don't break the 49, guys, we know it's going to go short again and 51. I think I talk numbers in my sleep.
It's a part of who you are now.
Yeah. So, guys, if we can come up here and break the 43, we got a chance to go up here and tag the 53. Right? But remember, 51 and 49 are not good places to be. But look at that. $1,000 trade. Easy money. As long as they stay above 31, they're going to try to keep getting 43. We need 43 to 45. And then she'll go to 51. 51, 51, 49, 51. And that's the target, 49, 51. Because we know they can send it back down again.
Yeah, 66 is the high of that last 15-minute candle. There's going to be some bears potentially trying to defend that as well.
Oh, yeah. Between, like you're right, between 60 and 66. Because 60 is a bull cap level, and you had to break the 66 to go any further. So, yeah, that would work. We'll see, guys, how we come right back down to the target. So you know that's where long is at 21 to 31. And 43. But you also know that short at 21 goes to where? it goes to 5. So they're trying to get this 21 here down to 5, or 21 to 31 to 43. Okay. Like this morning, we kept taking that one long at that same area. I had like 4 longs to the same target. And see, guys, again, we just go back into the same 21 long and we try to get 43. If we don't break 43, we close it. If we break the 43, we make the 51. And that's it. And I think also, if you can see, where is it at? Right. Yeah. So 41 to 43. So we want to try to get 41 also, because that pullback is always going to be 31. 31 and 21. See 21 right there. So this is a good example for you guys to show y'all where this thing goes. 21 goes to 5. They're just trying to get the 5. See the 5 right there. And then the 2, which we hit 2. And if you don't get the 2, it's going to go back long at 7. So what they'll do, watch these bulls. Watch this. Boom. They'll add a few, right? You can add at 2 at 5 to go back north. Now, this is an example. I'm not trading this. I'm just showing you guys. So what we do now is we wait till it gets to 91. Now, 91, if 91 don't fade, go down, the bulls will go long at 91, back to 2 and 5, right? But I think we're going to fade here, guys. I really think they would be looking for those shorts at 91. If they take the 91 short, they're looking for 81, 76. Now, 76 could be a nice trade going south here. Let's see, 91 has to start, but 91's the pullback. 91 goes to 5. See, there's 5. It's so stupid sometimes.
Yeah, they're fighting down here.
Oh, yeah. 81 and 76. It just hit 81. Now, can we get the 76 to go down to 63? See right in here. Well, actually, it's, oh, sorry. Let me click it twice. That's all right. This is where they're trying to get short, guys. They need the 76 down here. If you can't get 76, it won't work. You have to be 76. It could be 78, but I think 76 is better. Right in there. And that goes to 63 down there. But see, we can go up and make a grand, come down and make a grand in a matter of seconds. There's your 63 target coming right here. I think we just hit it. I didn't look and see it. I think we hit it already. Yep, there it is, 63. So now, if you get
we're down into 55 right now.
Yeah, we're heading to 40. That's where we're trying to go, Becky's 40. We want 40, but the Bears capped the 52. So we can't get 40 unless you break 52. And the Bulls will try to come right back to the 81 and go long. Watch the Bulls come back right to 81. See it? It's just insanity. This shows you guys, when you're going down in a trade, take profits, because the pullbacks can come right back to your target and wipe you out. And you'll watch it do it. You'll freeze, because we've all done it. You'll freeze up and go, oh my God, I had 1,200 and now I got 0, right? You don't want that to happen. So what are we looking for now, guys? We are looking for
Right.
62.
Be careful.
Nope. Just got to be careful. Lock the profits in. You don't want it to come back to $100 when you just had 19 going down. That's crazy. See money, take money. That used to be my motto when I was trading.
Yeah, protect your accounts.
I don't care if it was 50
Yeah.
bucks. I was taking, you know. When you're struggling back in the day, $100 was good, you know. And I tell people all the time, where can you get $100?
Yeah, I mean, this is big money that you're printing. Like this is a great example of locking in trades.
Yeah. And where can you get $100 in 3 seconds a day? You know, it's crazy.
Nowhere but here.
But if you can go down here and lock in 15, you know.
I love streaming with you, Mike.
Do I? What'd you say, Becky?
Yeah, it's great. It's great streaming with you in the morning. This is a great morning.
Oh, yeah, this is beautiful. We're right back where we came from. So they want to hold the 74 and 71. But if you get down, it's going to go to 62 and fall apart. We want 62 to come down here, guys, to 52. And 52 to go down and hit 41. Right back to 41.38 again. And look, $2,700. Boom. That's how you do it. You can scale out of this, take money. And if you're going to scale on this one, I think the best place to scale this trade is probably 71. There's a bunch of fruitcake at 71 trying to go long. But they could, and they know this. That's why they're sitting there.
Well, I certainly made my money this morning. I have to come out and take care of kiddos right now, but it was nice making money there.
Yeah, I appreciate you being on. I'm going to get off here in like 5 minutes anyway. My day's done. But it was nice sharing the morning with you. I do appreciate you being with me. You're going to be, yeah, come on in the mornings with me. Be awesome. You're going to be back at 1:30, right? You coming back at 1:30? All right, guys, you heard it from her. 1:30, guys. You got to come check that out. It's going to be worth it. We'll see you later, Coach Becky. Guys, got to check her stuff out, man. She's good at what she does, and she really loves helping traders. So we're going to give it a minute here, see if it breaks down. If not, we'll get off. But we want it to come back down to 38, guys. It's got to be 62 low. See how we got to scale at 71? Because if you don't scale, what happens? Right there. Anyway, so guys, I've had a fun morning with you. I've enjoyed it. I'll be back in the morning about 9:15. Usually my mornings are about 9:15. I like to get on, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful day with us. Justin, I'm ready to let you take it over.
All right, everybody, welcome back to BluSky TV. My name is Justin, and I will be taking over for the next hour or so until we lead up into the podcast. And I feel like I'm going to say this every day, but following Mike in the morning is always going to be tough. I think he hit two $20,000 trades, and I mean, that's just crazy. And that's not scalping back and forth, guys. I could understand if if that was pure just heavy scalps, but that was just directional holds through the chop. And I mean, that's next level, guys. And let's pack this room and give him the credit he deserves. Because I mean, if you are following him along at any point, or just even taking directional trades and getting in at certain key levels, maybe you have marked, you got to be making money. It's almost hard to lose money at that point. But yeah, let's see if we can navigate this. Now, 980 was my full target for the morning. So we hit my full target by 10:30. And typically that's great. But now we got to try to trade the lunch hour. And we'll see. We'll see if we can navigate it and make some money. We had a absolutely killer week last week. If you're on my streams, let's see if we can keep that momentum going. And see if we can make some money. Now, I have a feeling the bottom is going to fall out and maybe take us to just more recent swing lows from last week. Like, I'd love to see 750. Under about 950, this is going to start getting really, really bloody. But there's also, on the flip side, if we reclaim this kind of 120 area, I'm no longer bearish. That'll be my kind of pivot point for the session to see what's going to happen. So let's see. Is everybody green? Everybody still with me? How are we all doing today? I saw some people saying they made some money earlier, so that's always good. Mike even gave away an account. So you never know what's going to happen here, guys. Like, free accounts, you're getting free trading, analysis, all that kind of stuff. So as more people flood the room, more fun things are going to happen. So let's just keep it going. Now, I pretty much only have 3 established zones kind of marked out for the morning session. And as you can see, they've been holding very, very well. So no need to rechart, no need to do anything special. We're just going to try to get at these key levels. And the drop was beautiful. And then we tried to reclaim that 120 area, couldn't. Dropped all the way back down to let's call it 950. So there's been some pretty good movement this morning. The beginning of the session was very volatile. We had these, let's see, 130, almost 200.5 minute candles, which is a lot. So holding during that was rough, but as you can see from Mike trading, it's possible. You just have to have conviction in the plays. Conviction in the plays. So we're not going to force anything. We're just going to see, see if we can get anything. What's up, Breezy? Good morning, Breezy, or I guess good afternoon now. Man, it's already past noon. Mondays always fly by for me because we get the production set up in the morning, Mike trades, and then we have the podcast. And by the time I realize what time it is, it's like 2:30 in the afternoon. So it's always fun. But right now we are in an incredibly choppy zone, guys. It's if you go down to these small time frames, it's pure chop. We don't want to get involved in this, get caught up in it. I know a lot of traders are probably getting roughed up, blown accounts, things like that. We're going to try not to do that. What we're going to do is wait for key zones to get a hit. because we don't want to get stuck in the middle of these 100-point 5-minute candles. Because, you know, you got to move really quick and then boom, profits are gone. We don't want that. We want to take strategic plays, nice entries, things like that. So let's see what happens. Looks like volume's kind of slowing down. The candles are getting smaller. I do believe we're going to break down, but I'm going to wait for this kind of like this zone to break. And the zone is about 975 to 950. So I'm kind of looking to go down there. Let's go ahead and chart some zones. So these are gonna kind of be our levels to watch, and then we can always, you know, kind of rechart as we go. But these are my levels to watch now, guys. Next downside target. Now these are not scalp targets. These are these are targets where we're trying to get the price to run to, like full directional plays. So next downside target, 835. 750, and then like the basement after that. Now we've already pretty much maxed out our average daily range. So this 980, 959 area makes sense for a bounce. But if you guys trade with me, I don't want to catch the bottom. I want to wait for it to pick a direction, and then I just want to ride the train to the next station. It's good to have you on this morning, Becky. It's fun. I definitely like seeing two traders on at the same time. It's always a little bit more fun, I think. Mara, unfortunately, you already missed the giveaway this morning. Mike gave away an account already this morning. But I mean, yeah, Mike is on a crazy run. Like he's averaging 20, 30 grand every day since we started this TV show. So every time I think he can't keep it up, he does it again. It's crazy. But talk about trading goals, guys. Talk about trading goals. And that's when you realize there are different levels to this game. Like it's like a video game, you know, you start at like level 1 and then you kind of just keep going, or it's like a karate, you get your white belt, your black belt, and you try to move to a black belt. You know, just when I think I'm always like I've made it, or I'm there, or I'm the man, like you see somebody on a different level and it just absolutely humbles you. And I think there's always going to be somebody better than you in this game. And if not, like, why are you not running a hedge fund, or why are you on Wall Street, right? So like this is something, one of those few things where like you get humbled really, really quickly. But the good thing about trading is you don't have to be the best to be successful. All you have to do is click the button right a couple times a day, and you'll be good to go. All right, so we're getting our pump off of kind of the bottom. We're gonna call this the bottom for the day. Let's go ahead and draw some fibs to just find out where, you know, kind of equilibrium is going to be. Okay, so I love this. One of our fibs lines up with the 120 area, which I'm looking for a break and retest to go long. Now, I draw these zones and I have targets for the day. Like, could have gone long at my bear target for the day and gotten a ton of points, but it could easily break through. So let's not do that. let's kind of try to let's stay within the system, play the confirmations, and keep it going. You know, it actually aligns with the VWAP too, so this could be a huge flip level for the bulls. But looking at the longer time frames, it's a little muddy. Obviously, we are on a downtrend since Thursday. We came up this morning, tried to break Friday's high. Market said nope. It's actually a pretty crazy run up overnight pre-market. You know, we're talking 400 points just to go right back to, I mean, I guess this was right around Asia open. So no need to rush into anything, especially when we're chopping for 2 hours at this point. The worst thing you can do as a trader, especially trading small drawdown accounts, is get stuck in a chop area. You know, this is where you go long, you go short, and you get every candle goes back and forth, and you start going on tilt. And that's what we're going to try to avoid here. And if you guys haven't, please like this video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, get notified whenever we go live. We'll be doing this every day, pretty much all day, every day, even into nighttime, guys. Like we got something for everybody. We have something for everyone. Nice little rejection there. Market's moving. I mean, we're in a chop zone, but it's moving like crazy. Mondays. So that was 71. That was a 70-point little knife right there pretty quickly. Now this is where, do we play the bounce off the range, or do we kind of see if this is going to dump? I'd like to see it kind of break through this 950 area. Personally. And I think that's what's going to happen. My full like massive target for the day is going to be 750. I think it would take a lot to get us there, but we'll see. We'll see if we can get there or not. And again, I do not want to hop into this little range. We're talking about a 50-point range with no clear direction. If anything, I'm looking to go short around the 100 area. 50, 60 area is not a bad idea just based off recent price action. But I want to see some confirmation, see if we can continue the trend. Just because from experience, I know that unless we break the zone, it's going to be so hard to hold, and we're going to have to scalp for 10 points over and over, and that's just not ideal for me. So let's see if the bears can push us down here. I have a feeling they're going to. And before we look to just quickly hop in a trade, let me just check the news, see if anything's come out in the last few minutes, because that looks like it could be a news reaction. Okay, let's see. Do we have any news that came out in the last few minutes? Okay. CNBC reporter. So take this with a grain of salt. A U.S. official tells me the Iranian state media report that the U.S. has agreed to lift all oil sanctions while talks are ongoing is false. So not lifting oil sanctions, and that's the reaction. So you always got to be a little weary of these news events that break key levels, because that's like not confirmed or anything. It's just a CNBC reporter. So that could just be come down here, sweep, and come back up. But let's go ahead and try it. And I'm trading the account I've traded all last week, and I had a really good week. So we've got a nice buffer right now. So again, play. What I'm trying to say is like play to your account size. I'm going to go ahead and try a 75 short. This one's a little riskier because we're getting in off a news event, if you want to call it that. But yeah, I like an entry between 960 and 985. That's your zone where if we're going to continue down, that's where it's going to reject. Now it seems like a lot. It's 50 points from here, but we just moved. We just moved almost 200 points in the last 4 minutes. So this might just run to 830 without me, unfortunately. I think it might. But damn, that is I don't think we're gonna get picked up on this one. It's 100 points from here. We're gonna go ahead and move our entry to a little over 900. Now we're chasing a news event, guys. Keep that in mind. Size accordingly, all that good stuff. But I don't want to miss this full move. I have a feeling it's gonna run right to 830. And this is when I'm trying really hard not to mark it in and just try to ride this wave, because it works until it doesn't. And I think you guys, if you traded long enough, you know that. So let's see if the market comes back up to us. We are chasing this knife because I have a good feeling it's going to run right to 830. And again, remember, guys, 750 is my full bear target. So if you want to mark those on your chart, that's those are the levels I'm looking for. But we're going to try to get tapped in at 915. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. It is what it is. So market's stalling now. And we have to go down to the 1 minute chart for this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I don't like doing it, but wow, this might just go. Yeah, wow, guys, those things just went fully without us. That's a bummer. This is one of the times where marketing in would have just worked, because it's going right to 830, guys. Nope. Oh well. I'm going to keep this entry here. I doubt it's going to get tapped in, but 830 is that target for shorts, and it's pretty much there. I don't want to chase like an 875 entry because it's not that good risk reward, unless the market's just fully going to bottom out. Which, that's kind of crazy. Just a CNBC reporter dropping something. So apparently the Iranian state media said the U.S. is going to lift sanctions on oil, and somebody told this reporter it's not true. All right. Curious if this is going to run all the way back to 960 or not. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those events that just creates a big wick on like the hourly chart or something like that. But we shall see. But we're gonna keep this. We're gonna keep this entry. This is a little bit of a risky play, guys. Just a heads up. The real play would be around 960, but I'm gonna try this. All right, we are in. Stops are gonna be above 935. Go ahead and put my stop on there just to be safe because we did not get the reaction I wanted. Yep, this is going to get stopped out. Yeah, this is a risky play. It's worth a shot. But now I have a feeling we're gonna reclaim this 960, 980 area. And I'll be looking to go long once we do. I'm not going to try to short this false news event anymore. But that was worth a shot. So we're going to see if we can reclaim that zone we just broke down from. Unfortunately, we did not catch the short the first time. Stepped away and price went bye-bye. Yeah, there was some small news that came out. So 960, guys. All eyes on this 960. And I'm gonna keep an eye on this news just for some other random stuff comes out. Watch this just come right down past that entry. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we're going to continue or we're going to reclaim based on that random news event? Always curious what you guys have to think. Yeah, look at that. We'd be green now. Gotta love it. Stopped out by 1.5 points. I have a sneaky feeling this is going to push back up. Yeah, I have a feeling this is gonna go up. Now, does that mean I'm just gonna buy now? No, I wanna see it reclaim something. But I have a feeling it's gonna push to at least 960 from here. And this is going to be a shorter session for me. Mike went a little bit longer. We do have the podcast coming on shortly. So this is going to be a pretty short session for me, which is fine. Because honestly, we got the full move on shorts I already wanted. So totally fine with me. All right, creeping up towards that 960, guys. I'm really curious if they can reclaim that. And guys, we do have in the podcast, if you haven't seen it before, we have a segment called Coach's Corner where we'll answer questions and talk about them. So if you have any questions for the coaches, drop it in this chat, DM me on Discord, email me. I'd love to see them. So we tapped that 960, guys. Or not, what was it? 957 exactly. Now I'm curious if Bulls can reclaim this or not. So bear move almost complete. We missed by a few points. Bull retracement complete. Now for me to go long, I'm looking at something like this. And that should give us a quick like 50 points. So let's see what happens around this level. I'm always very, very skeptical of these, like, I call that a bullcrap news event. Some reporter said that someone told him that something wasn't true, and it made the market drop 150 points, almost 200 points. So it's stalling like crazy now. I have such a feeling this is going to break back into this range. I almost want to take a very small position. Because I have a feeling this is going to push. The only thing is larger time frames stay down, smaller stay up. And larger time frames typically win. So let's let the Bulls have their fun and see if we can go back in short. Unless we just want to put our scalpers hat on and just take what the market's giving us. Like, to me, over 920, we're still short-term bullish. But this is that news channel, guys, and it's going to be wonky in the middle of this. It's going to be pretty weird. But if you look at the 30-minute chart now, Bears should defend this. Bears should defend this 960 area, which they did. Could have taken a quick 25 points off of it. But remember, we're not trying to time the top or the bottom. We're trying to let the market show us where it's going to go. And then just hop on the train, you know? I'm just waiting for some little. All right, so we're holding this 930. Under 920, we flip back short-term bullet bearish. And again, once we push past this, like realistically 980, that's when we can start looking for longs to play back in this range. Not until then, though, for me at least. Probably should have kept that first entry at 960 rather than trying to just chase that move. But you know, sometimes it's worth it to chase. And I'll be on here for 15, 20 more minutes, and we'll take a quick little break. All right, here's that 920 level. $920. So bulls want to hold this level if they want to continue this little push up. Price has really slowed down since that news reaction, though. I'm really curious if bulls can hold this. Really curious. Bulls are trying their best to get this out of here. They really are. But they're not getting it right now. They're not getting it. Yeah, price has stalled in the last 10, 15 minutes, guys. Stalled. I thought the Bulls might have it in them to push that out, but man, they cannot do anything right now. This is scalping territory. Look how flat the 1 minute chart is. It is so flat. Little 25-point range for the past 15, 20 minutes. This structure typically pushes out. The only thing is the larger time frames aren't telling me they want up yet. Day traders prop, you missed a giveaway. You missed one. We did one already. That's why it's important to stay tuned, guys. These things will happen randomly. You know, just keep you all on your toes. But the more people we get in here, the more stuff we can do for you guys. So tell your friends, like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. I'd love to pack this room and, you know, do a bunch of cool things for you guys. And just a reminder, on the 21st, so Thursday, we'll have a Tick Blaze on here. It's a new platform we're adding. Very, very cool stuff. They'll be doing some giveaways. So be sure to tune into that. Whoever's representing their company will tell you all about the platform, about the software they have. They have like a million indicators, a lot of cool things. You'll get a lot of free or very discounted things through BluSky, because we're partnered with them. But price is stalled right now, guys. Absolutely stalled. Again, I have a feeling we push out, but conflicting data on different time frames. So that 920 hold is pretty crucial. Couldn't close below it. I'm hoping we don't just get this like hour and a half sideways random move, hour and a half sideways random move. Those are not fun sessions to trade at all, guys. Not at all. And if you missed this morning's session, Mike is on right around 9:15 every day. So make sure you tune into that, because he gets on and he comes in hot. It might be there's that push back up to 950 again. So the model's playing out. That's good to know. I want to see if we can reclaim this 960 now before I have to get out of here and start the podcast. But like I said, guys, I had a feeling this non-event news candle was just going to get eaten back up. It's just a matter of time. All right, there's the push. Let's see if they can push up past 980, guys. That'll be some real confirmation. Honestly, tempted to just hop in a little bit, front runner a little bit earlier. because I have a feeling we're going to push back out. Let's go ahead and try it. I'm going to front run this entry a little bit, guys. Right around 960. And if we push out of this, I'll adjust entry. And guys, if you agree with the levels I'm calling out or the analysis I'm calling out, you don't have to wait for me to hop in the trade. We're all going to trade slightly different. So let's see if bulls can push it out. And this is exactly what I was talking about. That remember how I mentioned I was like, I wonder if this is going to be a wick on the larger time frame. Look exactly what it turned into. That was a stupid news event in my opinion. I can't believe that's actually I can't believe that made it to the news. So and so heard that so and so said this. This might just go without us, guys. There's our close. There's our confirmation close, guys. So we want to see if we can just get picked up here. I'm going to go ahead and bump mine up to around that 975 area. See if we get tapped in. And this hourly is about to close. If this hourly closes above 980, I have a feeling we're going to pop all the way back up to 100. Oh, she's ripping. She's ripping without us. We knew once we got above 980, she was going to go. We knew it. We knew she was going to go. So this is exactly what we wanted, guys. If you remember, if you were here 20 minutes ago, we were looking for something like this. So let's see if they give it to us. Let's see if they give it to us, or if she's going to run. If she passes the 50 area, it's going to run straight to 100, 120. Not giving me an opportunity to get in here, unfortunately. Yep, she's running right to 50. That was quick, guys. Did anybody happen to catch that? Anybody happen to get in? What makes my what are you having trouble understanding? I'm purely key levels and models. So when I'm saying buy models, I'm looking for reversal, consolidation, push out, consolidation, push out. And then I'm just looking for bulls to reclaim this this level I had. So once we pass through it, they're just flip levels. Bulls take over at this level, bears take over at this level. Bulls need to do this, bears need to do this. Oh, you caught it like the light? Nice, nice. Hope you are printing. If you have any specific questions, let me know. I'm not sure what people are looking at. anybody else caught it, let me know. How do you specify a level and no trade zone? Honestly, screen time. But when I see prices have been consolidated in a certain level, that goes back and forth over and over and over again. I just don't want to get in the middle of it because there's no clear direction. It's just green candle, red candle, green candle, red candle. There's no holding, no patterns, no nothing. It's just random price action within a certain area. And down here, I really didn't want to get in just because it was a news event that I didn't deem to be newsworthy. So I think it was a knee-jerk reaction. I had a feeling that it was just going to go right back to where it started. And the news came out right around the 030 area, and we're sitting there right now. So it just came back and reclaimed it. I had a gut feeling that was going to be just a fake move. Scalping upward since the 843 level. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. I wanted him to come down and hit 830. We got close. Got very, very close. Are we going to hold for the pullback? I'm hoping to go long on a pullback. We're still slightly bearish. We're bearish on the larger time frames, honestly, until about 120. So if you want real confirmation for bulls, you want to see them come back and just eat that whole move from the morning and reclaim it and hit pre-market highs. That's what we're looking at. Now, if we do happen to flip below 960, guys, if this play doesn't work out, we're going to continue down to 830. But the big move for the day has already happened, in my opinion. So we'll see. But potential entries for longs are 990, 975, and 955. That is your zone to watch. And I'm going to stay on for a couple minutes, see if this play gets hit before we take a quick little break. Come back for the podcast, but let's see if we get filled on here. Fortunately, been kind of was only on for 45 minutes or so, but we read the short correctly. We weren't able to get in. Read the long correctly. Hoping to get in on this one now. But I think this is kind of a scalper's market right now. Especially in this zone. Especially in this zone. All right, we should get tapped in here. Curious what's going to happen. It's 30 minutes actually looks like it's setting up for a nice long. But again, longs are not 100% confirmed until over 120. All right, we're tapped in. There's a quick $80. That's fast. Let's see if they can hold. Now I want to see bulls push past this 985 mark and hold. That'll make me feel comfortable. If that doesn't happen, we're probably going to get stopped out. But let's see. We're at a pretty key level in the market right now. It's one of those things when I see $100 in like 2 seconds, my brain is just like, take it. That's one of the fastest money you'll ever see. All right, back over 985, guys. That's what we want to see, 985. And we're pretty much there. All right, there we go. There's 985. All right, beautiful. Let's see if we can continue upwards. So TP1 hit. See if we can get more. And I do have to get out of here in a second. So whenever you feel comfortable with the money, just take it, guys. Nice little scalp so far. All right, 990, beautiful, guys. Let's get above 27K now, or 29K. Love it, guys. Nice little patient play. That was great. All right, I got to go ahead and take this. Let's go ahead and take it. Play still valid, but we will be back. Let's say probably about 20 minutes. And then we'll be back. I'll be back with Coach Matt and Coach Becky, and we will do the podcast. So thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll see you in a bit. Today is our first live recording of Market SkyCast, the official Blue Sky podcast. And as always, I'm here with Coach Matt and Coach Becky, and my name is Justin. I am your host. Now, before we get started, if you are just now seeing this stream for the first time or just now hearing about Blue Sky, we have an incredible sale going on for you. You can get a $50K launch plan for as low as $30. All you have to do is use the code WELCOME26 if it's your first time using Blue Sky. Create an account, buy the challenge, and you are ready to trade for under $30. That is one of the lowest barriers of entry in the industry. So go ahead and take advantage of that. And if you already have an account with us, I'll give you a sale a little bit later during the episode. Now that's out of the way, let's go ahead and get into it. Now, again, broken record, the first thing we're going to talk about is the geopolitical climate. And with doing that, you have to talk about the conflict in the Middle East. Now, there was also a meeting with China, but we're going to talk about the Middle East real quick and then get into that. And let's not keep it too long, guys. It's kind of more of the same, but did anything pop out at you since the last time we talked last Monday? And let's start with you, Coach Becky.
I mean, for me, I think it has been an ongoing saga, which is not to be underestimated per se. I do think that there is more that could evolve at any moment. However, it does feel like they're just working things out. And so it's less on my radar in terms of something that matters candle to candle, more so to just kind of make sure I have some alerts up that if there's something that pops, then I'm aware of it, because that could definitely impact a position. But for me, I'm definitely leaning into technicals because there's a little bit, calm before the storm, potentially before something else hits. But, geopolitically and calendar federal wise, there is a little bit of peace going on right now, which I'm kind of into because I really just like trading my technical setups. And so I'm definitely leaning into just the charts these days.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I think you're going to get tested this week then, Becky, because I got a little bit of a different take on that. Yeah, for about a month and a half, this has been two specific conversations for me, at least. One, technical is always going to be king, queen, and country, but secondarily, we were going through earnings season. And when you're in the heartbeat of earnings season, you're going to get a billion different data points on individual stocks that just take up so much oxygen in the room. And you just so happen to be in a ceasefire with the Iranian situation while we were simultaneously going through earnings season. And so it was earnings season just took a step up and became the oxygen in the room. And it became a very, very compelling conversation, quite frankly. Last week, we didn't have a lot of earnings reports, but you start going into this week and you're going to probably get a little bit more headlines out of the Iranian situation. And chiefly because you had the Chinese-U.S. trade summit last week. There was a lot of anticipation that the U.S. and China were going to figure out a way to work together to open up the Straits of Hormuz. That did not happen. And so you're coming into an environment right now where Iran and the U.S. are very far apart right now on any degree of negotiated settlement. Right now, where Iran and the U.S. talking with the U.S. right now, and so you're most likely going to get a little bit of escalation conversation this week. And you don't have to go too far. You just have to go look at the crude oil chart to understand that crude oil is kissing up against multiple time frame level of resistance right now, the same levels of resistance that we looked at when we were going through escalation situations. And so I do think the Iranian war and headline risk will be a little bit elevated this week versus what we have been going through in the last couple of weeks. And there was also a lot of chatter, including the president of the United States suggested that the Iranian ceasefire was on life support, and that there's been a lot of chatter over the last 48 hours that we might see military escalation over the next week or so. So I'm with you. I hope calmer heads, and I hope we get some degree of negotiated settlement. But I do think one of the reasons we're seeing some downward drift is escalation was hinted on Friday, and we didn't see that get alleviated over the weekend.
Yeah, great points. And I can tell it's starting to kind of die down, at least the talks and the headlines, because today we were streaming earlier on BluSky TV, and a headline came out that said, "A source heard from another source that this happened." And that's the kind of headlines we're getting now. It's nothing even concrete. It's just, we're just waiting to actually get something. And I remember President Trump said that, like, we better have a deal by the time I meet with China. And as you guys know, that didn't happen. So what do you think happens now? Just gut feeling, top of your head. Do you think the ceasefire comes to a halt from our end because he kind of told them this is the time we need to stop? Or what are you guys thinking?
I'll go first on that one. I kind of feel like there's only three options here. One, you maintain the status quo. Iran controls the straits. The U.S. has their counter of defensive mechanisms a little bit further out, controlling the strait, shutting down Iranian ports. I don't think the status quo is working for hardly anybody except Iran, quite frankly. So I don't think the status quo is going to be something that the U.S. wants to continue long term. The second thing is you can either walk away from the fight and declare victory like we did at the conclusion of Vietnam, say we won, pick up our shovels and walk home and just call it good. I don't think the president wants to deal with that type of negativity in a election season. So 3, you escalate to force Iran back to the table. I think the most likely scenario is escalation.
What about you, Becky? Top of your head, gut feeling, what are you thinking?
I agree. I think that is concerning. And the fact that we haven't been able to find middle ground, and both sides of this, as I've mentioned in previous podcasts, are powerhouses who are very sure that they're going to be right and they're going to win. And so I think with that sort of like kind of a equivalent to an ego situation, country to country, like that doesn't really get better until someone is really like put down, which I don't want, but there's concerns for sure that there will be escalation to complete this versus both parties just letting it die. And so I definitely have concern of that. I just don't know the timeline. I mean, we have been talking about this for 2 months now, because I just think, nothing is clear. And so for me, I'm like, I could be bated breath for every 5 minutes until kingdom comes. But so I just, when it happens, we're just gonna have to take it as it comes and hope for the best for all of humanity. But be very careful if we're in a trade at that time to protect ourselves and our accounts on our own personal level, and then see what the fallout happens. Because when something major like this does come to a conclusion, there will absolutely be crazy volatility when it's the true event. And then afterwards, we'll have to figure out where the dust settles.
Yeah, the market's simply been disconnected from the Iranian situation for the better part of a month. It's starting to pay more attention to it. So I do think there's more headline risk. Pay attention to that this week, no doubt about that. But are we going to rinse and repeat the beginning of the saga? I highly doubt that. There's been too many positive earnings stories over the course of the last month to see a rip your face off type volatility. But it's certainly a little interesting as we're starting to see a little bit of a pullback in the market.
Yeah, we're 3 months into the 3-week deal that was supposed to happen, if I remember correctly. So
just give it another 3 months.
Yeah, so we're kind of just waiting and seeing, and I'm with you both. I think it's going to head that way. Now, before we get into the next segment, we actually did have kind of a shift in the market, and it's to the downside. And now you've been talking technicals, Becky, and you are a resident perma bear. What were you kind of seeing when this started to happen? When did you see the flip from bullish to bearish? And are we actually bearish, or is this just a pullback on the longer time frames?
Well, for me, the weekly chart has my full attention, because that is a candle to put on the top of a very long extended market, to have that significant wick at the top. And so I am very, very curious what sort of follow through we'll have here. Of course, it could just be, some settling out from this massive move up, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the trend is over. However, there was a lot of bearish presence on Friday that shoved down the whole week essentially. And so for me, that is a significant bearish potential sign that we have maybe found the top. And I was hunting for the top a little early, honestly, on Thursday, because we had hit a couple levels that were my extension levels on my chart. And then it did end up topping out second half of Thursday, and then just has tumbled since then. And today we've been having a pretty good bearish opportunity as well, making lower lows and lower highs today for Monday. And so I'm definitely, watching, and I'm super curious what's going to play out this week, because I could absolutely see a bearish day this week, just technically, because that looks a little bit evening starish on the weekly candle pattern, and we haven't seen a significant notable pullback. And obviously we've been talking about it for quite some time now. So for me, Mondays do not generally dictate what the day has ahead. It's just kind of there's trades in both directions oftentimes on Mondays. However, by midday, end of day Tuesday, I feel like there's often a little bit of a directional energy established.
Yeah, great point. And we ran up a lot pre-market and over the night. So the bulls were kind of screaming where, the bears aren't in control, but I'm looking at the hourly chart Matt has pulled up. Looks like a head and shoulders to me. So we could be looking for some more continuation.
That's kind of my read here, Justin. I've made more bear trades in the last day and a half of price action than I made in the last 3 weeks of price action.
I'm right there with you.
Like, it's just, I see it through a bear lens right now. And to go back to your original question to Becky, just very quickly, I do think we've found the top. I do think we've already started a pullback phase. And ultimately, when you're navigating a daily pullback, there becomes a lot of bearish opportunities on the intraday side of the equation, because it's that old there's that old adage, right? The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Mhm.
Well, this has been a parabolic uptrend, especially when you're talking about the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has just been absolutely knock your socks off. But when you look at kind of the continuation of the original saga, at no point did we even sniff the 9 EMA on the daily chart. Hardly ever did we even close underneath the 5 EMA on the daily chart. In fact, during the entire saga, we never had one close underneath the 5 EMA on the daily time frame until Friday. Friday, we closed underneath the 5 EMA. On Monday, we're dancing the 9 EMA. This is the beginning of the pullback. And even before Friday, you have what's called chop at the top. And when you're at the top of a move and you're overextended in that move and the price starts doing this instead of this, you're seeing battle zones. You're seeing bears start to battle. You're seeing bulls, fight to remain relevant, but then you start to turn over. And so I do have us firmly entrenched in a bullish retracement situation on the daily chart. And as such, to start that retracement, I do see it through a bear lens. And so, yeah, I'm hunting bears a little bit more right now than I have recently. And some of that is because I do think we're in a pullback situation, but others is because the parabolic nature of the market recently has created significant pockets. Not when we're dealing at the chop, but once that retracement gets underneath the 9 EMA, you start to see it open up quite a bit. And I feel like there's some really, really, really good opportunities as this market does pull back. So is those opportunities a massive opportunity right here? Probably not. These are more just kind of standard day trading environments. I do agree with your head and shoulders read, but as you start working lower in the pullback and you start clipping more important support levels, you start getting down to this one, it opens up down to here. But then once you clip here, look how much range there is to the downside there. That's what happens in pullbacks. At first, it's a little bit slow, but then there's always 1 to 2 days in the pullback that make you question all things good in the world. They do. You get that big, sizable red candle. Well, that's a day trader's dream. And so to me, I don't want to be cut up inside a doji on a Monday when there's more relevant levels underneath. And so, yeah, I do believe we're starting a bullish retracement against the daily chart, which will open up some levels for bearish action on the downside here to trade against the pullback.
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. Friday was the first day where I truly felt bearish because you guys know I've been a permabull on this whole run up. I've been saying don't even look for shorts. Just wait for the pullback, click buy, and make your money and get out of here. Now Friday I rode shorts all day. Monday I rode shorts with Mike in the morning, and now we're chopping. It's Monday, like you guys said. So I'm curious if the rest of the week we kind of continue into this, and that leads me into what is the most important thing every trader should know, especially if you're a NASDAQ trader. And Matt, I know you want to talk about this, so let's just hop into it.
There's only one thing that's on my mind this week. From outside the intraday conversations that we have every day, NVIDIA earnings. There was not a lot of earnings last week to really talk about. If you want to debate the pullback, I don't think NVIDIA is really debating anything. NVIDIA is pulling back in front of earnings. But on Wednesday after the bell, you get the biggest dog of the dogs out there to report earnings. Earnings season has been a fantastic season. Max 7 has came through. That's why we're dealing with parabolic uptrends in the growth areas of the market. But the linchpin of all of it, the king, queen, and country of the AI trade, which has been the dominant trade in the market for the last 2 months, is NVIDIA. It starts everything, it ends everything, and they report earnings later on this week. And it's not going to be about whether or not NVIDIA beats. Get it out of the equation. Drop the headline right now. NVIDIA beats EPS. Because if they don't, we're not going to talk about a pullback. We're going to talk about a rip your face off volatility event is what we're going to talk about. And so, yeah, they're going to beat. Revenue is going to go up impressively. And the biggest equation comes on twofold. Number one, do they increase guidance moving forward? How does China play a role in that guidance moving forward? Because before the Chinese-U.S. trade summit, NVIDIA could not sell chips to China. Now they're discussing the H200 chip, seeing if they can sell that into China. That represents about $5 billion in forward-looking guidance for NVIDIA. And then third, if I'm looking at NVIDIA outside of just the raw numbers, would be profit margin. NVIDIA is a rock star when it comes to profit margin. That is why they're the king, queen, and country of all things AI, is because of profit margin. Nobody beats them. It's going to be good, but is it going to be great is the ultimate question. And so NVIDIA 1A, 1B, 1C, and then we can talk about Walmart earnings maybe.
Yeah, that's a great point. Now, I know, Becky, you usually trade the ES, but you got to have NVIDIA on your mind. What are your thoughts on it?
Of course. And NVIDIA crosses all barriers, right? I mean, it's going to have an impact in everything. And so ES and NQ, I think, will both have a significant response to whatever happens on NVIDIA. And so there's trades to be taken across the board on whatever your preferred index is, because that's going to be the main catalyst. I mean, if you look at the Forex calendar this week, it's not impressive. There's FOMC minutes on Wednesday, but as we've talked about before, minutes are, they should not be red. They should be an
very
orange.
light week.
They should be orange. Put them white.
Yeah, it should be very pale yellow, maybe.
Nobody cares. No. Who cares about Jay Powell's last minutes?
Yeah, exactly,
literally no one.
Exactly.
Nobody.
Yeah. So, there's a very light week there. There's nothing to write home about. NVIDIA earnings is the only known catalyst we have coming. So definitely have that on your radar. If you're trying to hold a position into overnight on Wednesday. Make sure you're very cognizant of what and where and why you're in that trade, because that's going to be a factor in volatility at that time. So for me, otherwise, at all other times of day, I just want to see what my larger time frame levels are reacting at and go from there. But, top down analysis, I am hunting more bear trades than bulls this week, but not at all opposed to either one, because, it's interesting. If you look at this NVIDIA chart Matt has up, I mean, we're in a little bit of a pullback. So it could be that they both pull back, the greater market, NQ and ES and NVIDIA, all three pull back until that Wednesday afternoon. And then that positive news could be a catalyst. So just kind of thinking about what could happen, have a hypothesis on both sides, bears and bulls, and then see what she offers.
Which one's chasing which? Is the S&P chasing the tail, or is the dog leading here? NVIDIA, if NVIDIA pulls back, market's pulling back. This is $5.5 trillion in market cap, and it's an all-eyes moment coming into earnings. So I'm with you. One of the reasons we're talking about the NASDAQ kissing off the 9 EMA is because NVIDIA is now at the 9 EMA. It's such an important stock this week.
It'd be a great setup.
Yeah. I think it's more important than anything else this week by a country mile.
Yeah.
By far, especially if we're looking at the Forex calendar. I mean, there's nothing. If your most important thing is FOMC minutes, I mean, it might not.
I was bored just bringing the website over for us to even give a visual.
Exactly.
There's nothing.
Now I have a question for you guys, because obviously NVIDIA is incredibly important. I'm almost treating this as like a red folder news event, or a bright red folder news event. Now we've talked about on. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was just going to say, dark red on the economic calendar. Yeah.
And we've talked about how, don't trade leading up to news. Don't trade right when news happens. Play the reaction. Now, there's earnings every day. You can't keep track of them all. I mean, maybe Matt can, but most of us normal traders don't keep track of all that.
I didn't track the last week's. I couldn't care about last week's earnings report.
And we try to trade our normal system, normal price action, things like that. But with NVIDIA, do you guys change your strategy in day trading specifically? Now it's on Wednesday. Is your trading day Wednesday going to look different than a normal Wednesday? I'm kind of curious.
I'll go first and then Becky on that one, because I think that's a wonderful question. I think you would treat it like any other economic report, where you have some hesitation going into the print itself, and you'll allow volatility to decline after the print. But this is going to be a Wednesday night Asian futures open session, in my opinion. I don't think we're going to wait till Thursday morning to see how the market digests NVIDIA's news. I think we're going to get a rapid reaction, and I think we're going to see a pretty decent trading environment on Wednesday. So the way I see it from a day trader perspective, but from an investor in NVIDIA, I might have a different conversation here. But as a day trader, I think it's most likely just going to be excitement Wednesday night. I think the Asian market session is going to be really, really interesting on Wednesday night.
I know Globex traders love NVIDIA, or just big earnings, because you get that massive move at close, and then just wild west is sitting in the open. And I know I will be sitting at my desk at 6 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday.
It's a get in front of the market moment.
100%. And then I'll get to you next, Becky, but I personally like to not even trade leading up to it, because I know the Globex section is going to be where it's at. Maybe hold an overnight trade, get a trend, and that's where the money is going to be. But what about you, Becky? How do you kind of approach this? Do you even trade Globex? I'm not sure.
It's not my priority, but sometimes. But yeah, I'm the same. Like if I know something is coming that's going to have be a catalyst event and have that outsized volatility, oftentimes it will like mess around before that. And so towards the second half of Wednesday, I will probably not entertain a trade because I think in those situations when we're waiting on some definitive information, it will often just stop, hunt, and dig around in a 15-minute range and take out highs and lows. Sorry. And so I will probably take a morning trade that day because
From
I
a bear
do
with
like
some sailor language right there, Becky.
Time out, Becky.
busted.
I liked it.
It's all
You knew
good.
what I meant, right?
If that's the worst thing we're saying on here, we're very PG, guys. Let's be real.
We all traders. You guys know what I meant.
Yeah, that's the commonest thing we're saying while we're not on camera. I'll tell you that.
See, yes, and traders get it. Like we
I think, but I think that's a great point. I think Wednesday's a day where you hit your morning trade and you just get stuff done the rest of the day. Take your mind off the charts. Maybe don't even look at it. Set some alerts on your phone, things like that. Come back for Globex, make that money. But yeah, is it besides Nvidia? I mean, I think you mentioned Walmart. Is that going to drive the market at all?
There's two earnings questions that are on my mind. Does Nvidia spark a pullback in the NASDAQ? And unless Nvidia hits it out of this world, that's a little bit base case for me. Like I fully expect beats, like awesome report, but you're also talking about a weekly chart that is fairly overextended at this point on Nvidia, and a reset pullback would not be the worst thing in the history of mankind here. But do you guys know what well, let me just put it like this. The anatomy of a bull market is not just one leadership trend. We have one leadership trend right now. You have the NASDAQ leading through the AI trade based on the Mag 7, and it was an earnings catalyst. That's the trade right now that has been the dominant trade for the better part of the last 2 months. Is the AI trade and the Mag 7 domination, specifically semiconductors, but it's been kind of a big AI move over the last couple months. But while we've all been geeking out over that move in both the ES and the NASDAQ, the Dow Jones quietly has not done a thing.
Oh, interesting.
It has not done a thing. It has been stuck in mud. Whereas you go to the ES recovered and then some. You go to the NASDAQ recovered off that correction, and then a country mile of then some. You even go into the Russell 2000, and it recovered and then some. Every one of these indexes not only recovered the correction due to the Iranian war, but they added on top of the correction, creating bullish trends. The Dow Jones doesn't have that. The cyclical areas of the market, and I think you could better put energy, basic materials, industrials, finance, about half of healthcare, some of staples, a lot of utilities, companies that don't get a lot of the love against Nvidia conversation. The all everything market has not transpired into an all everything trends. It's really been AI focused. And so one of the questions I have, and I think this is more of a fundamental question towards the quality of this trend, is as we see a potential pullback in the ES and the NQ, does the Dow Jones stick firm and not pull back? That would be a very, very positive sign towards a new leg in the market developing. And so off the beaten path, yeah, Nvidia is going to get all the love from an earnings perspective, but you got Walmart that is going to be very, very important to understand the health of the consumer, which drives cyclical. You're going to be extremely interested in how Home Depot, Lowe's, and these other components this week report that have a cyclical impact. When you trade the NASDAQ, and quite frankly, when you trade the ES, you're trading the AI trade. That's what you're trading. You might not know it, but that's what you're trading. You're trading the AI trade. You're not trading every aspect of the market. That's the Dow Jones. That's RSP. When you look at RSP, we don't trade RSP, but RSP is the general market, is RSP. It's the equal weighted index of the S&P 500. That thing's got one of the cleanest multiple time frame triggers in the entire market. You want to talk about answering the question of ultimately, is this the starting point of a new great bull market? RSP's got to break out of 205. The Dow Jones got to break out of 50K. So it's been beautiful to watch the NASDAQ do what it's done. It's been beautiful to watch the ES do what it's done. But the hallmark of a bull market is sector rotation models. One area of the market gets overextended, they pull back, profit take. That profit doesn't go to cash. It rotates into other areas of the market. This is an extremely important moment for the entire marketplace, because if the Dow and RSP hold firm against a pullback, you're seeing the beginnings of something really powerful on the bull side of the equation. If the Dow RSP pull back with the NASDAQ and ES, all you're seeing is an AI trade developing in the backdrop of the entire marketplace. So I think this week is very important. I think technically it's pretty important as well.
I think that's a great point, because honestly, if we do find a sell-off and we do get some bearish action this week, it doesn't mean that the trend overall is changing. It was something that I'm capturing from what you're saying, is that the market is bullish. And so we get bearish retracements within that structure. And you just have to watch. You just have to draw your levels on your larger timeframes and see where the bulls are done, like letting it fall. So you just watch your key levels for defense, see what happens. Do they just have a little bounce and there's more downside? We want to test lower levels. At some point, the bulls are going to draw the line and we'll continue the uptrend. It's just, when will that happen? And will there be a catalyst involved that causes some volatility before we reestablish a consistent trend?
Yeah, I don't want to call it a bearish trend just because you're assessing a bullish retracement.
Right.
Most bullish retracements are dominated through bull on bull crime. It has nothing to do with the bears. We might describe it through bearish action because it's downward pressure in price, but it's bulls locking in profit. And I don't want to describe bulls locking in profit as bearish control. So I see, when we're calling for a bull pullback, there's going to be great bearish trades in that bull pullback from an intraday perspective. But at the end of the day, it's just a bullish retracement against a momentum bullish juggernaut trend in the marketplace. And so, yeah, I just see it as a bullish retracement. I don't see it as bearish control.
Right. I'm actually glad you brought up that Dow chart, because I trade NQ and I look at ES to kind of gauge my day trading. I had no clue it hadn't broken all-time highs. So that is very interesting. No. All this makes total sense. If you start getting a pullback on the Dow and the weighted average RSP, we might be in for a significant downside. So very cool to see that. Now, one more question. These retail earnings, is that going to tell us a tale about inflation at all if they come in a little bit lower than expected?
Walmart specifically will give us some understanding of if the inflationary pressure is building on the consumer. Obviously, based on last week's CPI and PPI prints, and I'll let Becky talk about it if she wants to, but there is some concern on the inflationary side of the equation. There's a build in inflation going on right now. It's going to be very interesting for Kevin Warsh's first monetary policy meeting in 3 weeks. But Walmart will always give us a pretty fresh, close reading on the health of the consumer and how they're dealing with the inflationary pressures, because everybody shops at Walmart. Not everybody shops at Home Depot. Not everybody shops at Lowe's, TJ Maxx, Ross Stores, all those other retail names this week. Everybody shops at Walmart. Even the people that say, I like to go to Trader Joe's, or I like to go to the latest, greatest
Target.
Like, no, in an inflationary environment, guess what? They find themselves at Walmart the same way everybody else finds themselves at Walmart. So Walmart is a leading indicator on the health of the consumer and the health of the retail side in general. And so I would say we'll get a little bit of indication on the inflationary side and the health of the consumer on Walmart's report. Yes.
Yeah, I love that question, Justin, because it's a great point. I mean, I think the average American is really struggling and is frustrated with food costs and gas costs. I mean, we're not making more money than we used to make at a standard job right now, but you're certainly paying out more just to live. And so I think that in the backdrop, the stock market is making all-time highs, yet Americans are trying to figure out how the heck to get their gas tank full. And so there's a counterbalance there that needs to be, like, it's in the back of a lot of our minds. I think that a pullback would kind of fit with the situation that's going on in this country with a lot of the inflationary situations that are impacting everyone. So I think that it'll be very interesting to see if things can level out a little bit moving forward and what action they might take in order to help that.
And can I just make one point on that one? Can we stop as a society using the stock market as a gauge for how the economy?
I wanted to bring that up. Yeah.
They're two completely different conversations. The stock market is going up right now, and not every stock. The AI market is going up right now due to two things: growth out of the AI trade and efficiency out of the AI trade. And when we're talking about efficiency out of the AI trade, it means there's less people at work at those jobs. And so profit margins are going up. Efficiency is going up. Effectiveness is going up. None of those help the consumer. None of those do. They all allow corporations to stop the hiring process because they're getting as much effectiveness and efficiency without hiring. And so while I hear politicians, and this is, you can talk about the president of the US right now, but presidents in the past have used the stock market as a gauge for overall economic value. That's not the case. You're talking to me about 70% of America right now is paycheck to paycheck. 81% of America does not have $1,000 to offset a nasty situation on a month-over-month basis. 4 out of 5 people in America right now are saying are describing some degree of financial hardship. If that was the case in 1988, we would be down 35% in the S&P 500 based on the lack of the consumer being able to dominate the market. However, most consumer spending now comes from the top 3% of the environment, which doesn't have an impact, doesn't care if inflation goes to 9%. They're still dominating spending. And so there's the stock market should not, it's something that drives me absolutely crazy. Oh, Dow 50K. Nobody thought Dow could go to 50K. Are you kidding me? Nobody thought that Dow could go to 50K. It was at 45 at the beginning of last year. It went up 10% last year. Nobody thought the Dow could go up 10% last year.
Not everybody has your experience, sir.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Everyone has different levels of understanding. It's such a good point to say. Like, you just laid that out really well about why the earnings of companies are not exactly reflected.
The United States saying Dow 50K, not the random.
You know what? I'm really glad.
By the way, he's got more experience than all of us. That man's popped 3,900 trades this year alone.
Yeah, you had to disclose it. I saw that. You know what? I'm really glad you brought that up because I get family members or just people. They're not day traders, so they always ask me like, how is the market so high when everybody I know is struggling? Because they're not correlated at all. The market represents the top of the top, not us.
Well, think about it. In an inflationary environment, consumers have to do what? They have to spend all their money. Correct? They have to spend all their money. Yeah. So all their money, which they have more money today than they had last year, more money than they had 2 years ago. They have to spend all their money. All their money goes to where? Corporations. Okay. On top of that, corporations are now embedding AI infrastructure within the backdrop of their corporations, which allow them to make more money for every dollar of products sold. They're keeping more of that. For every dollar of products sold in the 1980s, they were making about $8 to $9 or 8 to 9 cents, I should say. So about 8 to 9% on profit margin. You guys, we're at record profit. We're at 15% profit margin right now, guys. Like, the markets aren't going to go down when you have 27% blended EPS growth, when you have 15% profit margin right now, and you have an efficiency argument in the stock market that you've never had. You know what that has nothing to do with? 70% of America.
Exactly. And you know what? This is a great plug for come to BluSky and learn trading because it's recession proof. You can play both sides of the market. Come learn how to trade with us, right? And if you're watching this long, we have a pretty good sale going on right now. Use the code YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can get a 100K Propel account for $100. That's over $120 off. So go ahead and grab that. Come trade with us at BluSky, and let's all make some money together. Now, that was a great segment. We could go on forever about that. But key takeaways, NVIDIA earnings this week, guys. Pay attention. Now, let's move on to our next segment, Coach's Corner. Now, we switched it up a little bit. We used to just ask one coach, one question, get an answer, and move on. Now we're kind of taking the questions, letting every coach kind of explain their thought process and even bring in some personal experience so you can kind of learn how we went through our journeys as you're starting your journey. And now this first question, I think, is a really great question because I think a lot of people get trapped in it. And a lot of new traders think that volatility kind of equals opportunity, but it can also destroy your account really, really quickly if you don't know what you're doing. So the question is, should beginners avoid trading news completely? And Becky, let's go ahead and start with you.
Okay, so I definitely love trading news, but I started with it was the hype and it was something to explore and figure out, and it was kind of fun. But It absolutely, almost all the trades that I took in the beginning were losers because it would go into profit. I didn't understand. I didn't know what levels I was leaning off of. If I was trying to follow someone, usually I would not do well following them because I wouldn't be as quick. You have to be very quick in news events. And so I was certainly humbled early on, but I was curious. And so for me, what happened with that is that I had to learn how to take it seriously or not do it. And so it wasn't worth me having the financial impact of messing around and damaging my accounts, but there was opportunity there. So what I started doing was downsizing and trading it in sim for a while, or trading it with one eval account and waiting for the first event to happen, the first volatility event to happen, whether it's FOMC or CPI or an earnings situation, and then watching for the secondary pattern. So I think it's good to take new volatility events seriously, and you can be curious, because I started with being curious and, having a little bit of painful lessons. But from those painful lessons, I learned that there was opportunities if I approached it from a different lens. So I think you can be curious, pay attention, and maybe trade it in sim to start getting a feel for it. But I do think that if you're going to engage with that, you need to have a system and structure and plans and rules in place so that you're not damaging your actual account and your fundamental capital behind it, because that's not worth the risk. And that volatility can really just wreck you in 1 minute candle. So that's my approach, is like, be curious, but be careful, and absolutely very, very low leverage in the beginning, and then develop a system if you're going to continue to engage.
So if you had to give a firm answer, yes or no, I'm a new trader, should I trade news?
Not with real accounts.
Paper trading?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Matt, what about you? What do you think?
If you want to lose your account and never trade again, go trade news-based events when you're new to the market. No, I think it's absolutely ridiculous behavior, to be honest with you. They're volatility events, they're unknown situations, and it's read and react on very, very low time frames. You're competing with the professionals of the world, and you're competing with the algorithms of the world. So let's say you were new to basketball, Justin, and you had just learned how to go shoot a basketball, and you came up to me and you said, hey, should a new basketball player go compete with AI robots and Michael Jordan and LeBron James? And what would my answer be? It would be like, are you crazy? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't go compete with the pros in that arena. And so news-based trades can be very, very difficult, quite frankly. And when I first started trading, you could be very aggressive on news-based trades. I don't think you can be very aggressive on news-based trades any longer. You're competing with ultimate algorithms. And especially on those lower time frames. And a lot of times those algorithms, they get the number right, but they get the context wrong. And as such, it creates a choppy environment for a little bit. And so I like to see what's called secondary development following a report, which can take 5 minutes, can take 15 minutes. It can be very, very short, but you want to wait out that initial volatility. My biggest heartburn, heart attack, horrific situation I've ever had as a trader came on a day trade in an economic reporting situation. About 10 years ago, I had a rip your face off volatility event. I had my orders in the market to get triggered into because of the volatility was so hot. This was a currency trade. Bid-ask spreads expanded so far. And in currency specifically back then, you would have to pay the spread to get into the trade. So whatever the difference between the bid and the ask, that's basically your commission cost, basically. I was so far underwater on that first execution, and the volatility came back out, stopped me out. I took a double whammy, and that taught me a very valuable lesson to never do that again. And from that point on, I never done that again, because that's when the algorithm started dominating that early move. And when you come out to like an hourly chart, it's like a blimp. But when you're looking at a 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart, that volatility expands really aggressively. And so, no, I would never, ever, ever recommend a new trader to go compete with the pros on a short time frame trying to read and react against price action. You're basically your competition and being successful is competing with the likes of Mike. Do you want to go compete with Mike? Do you want to go against Mike? I don't think you do. I just certainly don't. And so, no, you want to let the algos and the pros kind of play in their pan. When that volatility declines, you see secondary development. That's when you should process the trade, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, I don't know about you guys. Let me know if this is true for you. But when I first started trading, I was trading options. I didn't even know what news events were. I was just trading SPX, the whole market. And I noticed certain times, boom, why did I just get stopped out in 5 seconds for it to come right back? Yeah. And then I learned there's news events that come out. So I just realized, don't trade at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Trade around the news.
Don't trade at 8:30. So do you guys have no trade times just based off news? Doesn't even matter what the news is.
Most of the news that comes out that you're talking about is the early morning news, and I never trade the early morning news, primarily because I'm on the left coast, and that's at 5:30 to 6:30 my time usually.
Well, that's funny because Becky's also on the West Coast, but she's up early, so I'm curious, do you trade those events?
I have, but I don't anymore because, like we were talking earlier, like I had a curiosity with it, and so I started in low leverage situations with evals and Sim, and there is moves to be had, but the first minute or two of those news events are just extremely unreliable, which is what I learned by having some skin in the game, low leverage. And so for me as well, I really like the secondary pattern. I like to be present when the news hits. I want to see what happens, where it goes, where the response is, how powerful the response is, where it falls to after that, and what level might hold. And so I do trade them, but I don't ever trade the first minute or two of CPI or FOMC or an earnings situation. I always wait for the secondary pattern now. And I wouldn't have known that had I not like put some skin in the game and figured it out and back tested it, forward tested it, and refined my system. And so I think even like New York Open, right? That's the highest volume of the day also. So I would caution new traders against New York Open as well as news events, because you need to get your feet wet and learn a strategy at any moment when there is higher movement and more money moving the charts that you maybe don't understand. So yeah, I definitely like to wait and see more data when there is volatility, because you can get a nice move and you can do it safer without getting caught in that first whipsaw action.
I think that's a wonderful call out, Becky. Treat it like the orb on the cash open. Like give it 10, 15 minutes to let the volatility to let you see what the initial move is. Does the initial move stick? Which oftentimes it doesn't. So does the initial move stick? Does it not? What's the technical parameters afterward? Everything's easier to see the true impact of price when you're not dealing with volatility. And the hardest part about that is because of the volatility, if you're not used to seeing P&L columns go up radically, you're going to be staring down the barrel at a P&L column you don't understand. And that's going to force you to make emotional decisions where you should be just structured on technicals at that point. So yeah, I thought that was a wonderful point, Becky.
Yeah, so the key takeaways I'm getting are no, don't trade news, and wait for the secondary patterns to develop, which, I mean, great advice. Let the market tell you what it's going to do. Don't try to guess. And if you don't know what a secondary pattern is, my man Matt over here just taught a great lesson on it in our BluSky Labs, which are on Thursday here live on BluSky TV. It is recorded, so make sure to hit up our YouTube channel, watch it. We don't just sit here and trade all day. We actually teach you how to trade as well. Now, we got time for one more question. I'm really curious about this one because honestly, both of these can blow accounts. So Matt, I want to start with you. What's more dangerous for a new trader, fear or overconfidence?
Oh,
that's a tough one.
And as a trader, I'd say fear is a danger. Fear can be an emotion to drive you to do good things too, but typically fear drives you to make irrational, illogical, and bad decisions. Most of the time we make bad decisions, and I'm not just talking as a trader, as a human being, is when we have fear, is when we make a lot of our bad decisions. Greed can cause us all to do stupid things as well, but nothing impacts the behavioral side of the human condition faster and more aggressive than fear does. And so overconfidence, yeah, we got to dial that one in too, because the market will teach you to not be overconfident very quickly. But I would say fear is the one that drives a range of emotions that have absolutely nothing to do with system, probability, reward to risk ratio. Fear. No, I would say fear. Fear is the strongest emotion that drives people to take illogical and irrational actions.
Yeah, the fear brings on that fight or flight response where your brain just stops working.
And can I just say one last thing on the fear? Because there's this old theory called prospect theory that in a moment of volatility, we go to our base instinct. And so, for example, if somebody breaks into your house and they have a gun, and you are just a normal human being with no training in any capacity, you probably, that fight or flight, you probably flight. Whereas if you get a hard Marine and that same situation occurs and some bad dude kicks down a door and you got this cutthroat, Navy SEAL, Green Beret, Marine, police officer,
Wrong door.
whatever it is, right? Like their base instinct is going to be a little bit different. And so in a moment of fear, we all go back to where our base instinct is based on our knowledge. And so if we see fear manifest itself in the financial world, how you handle that versus how somebody else handles that is going to be vastly, vastly different. But I would say that the biggest emotion that we have to learn how to control is fear. Greed manifests itself in all of us in a very, very similar way. Fear manifests itself differently in everybody.
Great point. Becky, what do you think? Do you agree? Disagree?
I mostly agree, because that was great points, Matt, because fear, I think, is a significant influence to going to that fight or flight. Again, like you trade emotionally. When you start getting afraid of losing, that's a huge one. When your first trade gets in and it starts going against you and you start to see that red P&L, you're very afraid of losing. And that's when poor choices are made, such as giving it more risk or adding on to a loser or what have you. I think that's so dangerous. But I think that overconfidence is a sneaky one for early traders, because you start hitting your first one or two trades. Like, I hit that all the time, I'm telling you, in my first year of trading, and it kicked my butt every single time, because it was like I would have like 2 days of winning, and I was like, yep, I got this. Click, and I would leverage up, and it'd be like 2 nice, beautiful days it was growing, and then because all of a sudden I got it, right? I was a great trader.
Yeah.
So I think it's so dangerous. I think as you grow as a trader and you actually get a real edge, overconfidence is less of an issue, because it's more like strategy and healthy balance of confidence. You have to be confident in order to enter the market, but confidence comes from an established system that you trust and you understand how to use your leverage on. Overconfidence is when you're young and you don't fully understand all of the ways that you're using your risk, and you think that once you get it, you get something and you have some success, that's just going to hold. And it takes a long time, way longer than I wish it did for all of us, to get into the habit where you're just trading your strategy and you're at a healthy confidence level. And so I think that the fear is constant, but I do think the overconfidence is very sneaky in your first year of trading to like kick your butt and have you blow accounts. I would argue that a lot of accounts are blown from overconfidence.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think they're both necessary, but they're both evil. Because as a trader, you have to think you're going to win, right? Or else why even come in here? You can't think you're going to lose every time. But fear, if you can't click the button, or you click the button late, that can be even worse.
Yeah, and I just want to add that point, Justin, because the market can correct overconfidence very quickly. You get overconfident, you start pushing a little too aggressive, you start over leveraging yourself, the market's going to teach you a valuable lesson. It's going to re-humble you extremely fastly. Whereas fear, you got to literally invest in yourself to understand how fear drives you to make decisions. And so fear just has a deeper connection to the behavioral side of the equation than the confidence does. But I would agree with both of you guys. Like, they're both an issue. They both have to be focused on, and they both have to be worked on through mindset. And you gave me a great drop for my technical lab. I'll give you guys a great drop for Becky tomorrow. Becky's cycle on Tuesdays is so powerful, guys. So powerful. Do not miss out on the opportunity to work on the mindset every single week with somebody like a Coach Becky. She does a wonderful job. I never miss her Tuesday labs. Like, I never do. Even when I'm busy and I'm in another meeting or I'm doing some other things, like, I have her in my ear, because I just love, I don't personally love talking about mindset because I'm not great at it. It's stuff I have to work on myself. I'm a deep analytical, but like, I love having Becky in my ear, just giving me those mindset gems, because I'm the whole time, Becky, I might be doing something else, but the whole time I'm like, yep.
That's me.
Yep.
And I love that you brought that up, because I have my own specific strategy. You guys too. And once you kind of get it down, you can just refine it. You don't need to go watch all these YouTube videos, learn about all these things that you're never going to use. But psychology, that you need to drill in your brain and just keep listening, because we will make the same dumb mistakes over and over and over and over. And so great points on everything. And I'm glad you brought up that 1 hour chart, Matt, because didn't we just talk about how there's a head and shoulders and the market's kind of looking for a pullback? So not only are we talking about the later in the week, guys, we're talking about stuff in real time. And that thing played out perfectly. So if you're a short, congratulations. And guys, this has been one of my favorite episodes. The NVIDIA talk, this conversation at the end, you know, talking about what's going to happen and watching the chart play out in real time for our members. It doesn't get much better than that. And guys, we will be here every single Monday at this time to do this live in front of you. So make sure you tune in. The more people that come, the better sales you guys can get, the more giveaways we can do. And if you haven't watched Mike in the Morning yet, at 9:15, 9:30 every morning, I think he's hit 20 grand every single day since we started this TV show. So
if you want to watch a great trader do what he does, Mike is truly a great trader. And I love watching Mike do his thing.
Absolutely. And if you want to watch somebody try to follow that act up, come watch me struggle to do it in the middle of the day, because that is hard to do. And then it is tough. And then we then we have Matt and Becky for a Power Hour almost every day. So guys, all day, every day. And between you and me, guys, we're piloting BluSky After Dark today. So make sure you tune into that too. So until next week, guys, stay profitable. See you then.
Take care, guys.
TV. We just got done with the podcast and are back for what we like to affectionately call Power Hour. And sometimes we get the power, sometimes we don't. I kind of feel like this is going to be a very interesting conversation as we do dial in the last hour of the trading session, as the bears are taking a little bit of an edge here as the market during the podcast. They're like, yep, we don't like anything Matt and Becky are talking about. We're going to sell absolutely everything all the way down to the low. And you look at this candle right here, Becky, kind of dialing in that wick low from over here late last night as well. Coming out to the daily time frame, you're in a daily pocket between the 9 EMA and the 20 SMA. This is called a pocket. Pockets have a tendency to fill. Day traders get excited about daily pockets. First and foremost, Becky, how you doing? I know we just got done with the podcast, but for Power Hour, how you doing today?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Monday, and I am so excited to be here with everyone. And it's been an interesting day. I definitely made some money on the shorts today, so I can't be mad about that. I was hunting these bears, man. That Friday they threw down, and you guys know Friday is my day where I'm not in my office, so I miss a lot of that action. So today was generous to me.
Well, and Friday, I do a lot of writing on Friday, so I don't do a lot of active trading on Friday. I only made one trade on Friday, but it was good to see the pullback start. And honestly, we've been talking about a hypothetical pullback in the market for the better part of the last week, as the market was seeing a little bit of chop. And I do think Friday started that pullback, and we're seeing the continuation of the saga here today. As we navigate Power Hour, the level that is going to be very interesting to see kind of how the market maneuvers over the next, 15, 20 minutes. That 73.75 level is right there at the low point on the day. How are you going to go about navigating this potential violation here?
Yeah, so I actually love how it just kissed it and then is bouncing off of that, because that makes so much sense to me. That's a place where the bulls are going to want to defend. I mean, look at the move since we made that level. Yeah. So I would want to see the touch, and now that it's rebounding, I kind of want to see what she's going to do. I mean, we're pushing up against the moving averages are all angled down, right? And so I want to see if we can get a rebound now after we've tagged that level in New York session, and then we can push up to another, area. Gosh, let's see, maybe where we broke the lows at like 7,400 actually would be a great retracement level after kissing that level, and then for another short. But I definitely, for me, intraday today, we're making lower lows, lower highs. So I would watch and let it bounce a little bit and see if we can catch maybe one more short here. But I would be cautious to short since we just ticked that level right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to chase just because of that. But this is one of those situations where I love to see a low base here where it just kind of consolidates here. And the reason being is it would be tough for me to structure like a go or don't trade here. The only thing you have is the bar. And so you give a couple tight inside candles, kind of dial that in as that 9 EMA kind of catches up to it, put some pressure on that market to continuation breakdown. That would be fairly interesting. So the level, the 74.75 level is a very well known. It was the low point from last night. That's obviously you come out to the daily chart and you're basically saying, is this daily candle going to get a little bit bigger as we come into the close? And that's all about processing this daily low here. And if we do break, pretty quick journey down to this 62 level here, Becky, where you got a double bottom there at the 62 level as well. So that would be like a very easy T1 target, scale out target. I like the setup here. Let's see if we can get some of the action here as well. Jaja, you're writing calls. I'm looking at futures here, so I'm not doing calls or puts on the 0 DTE side of the equation. If I were, I think you could make an argument for either way or the other, honestly, on a slightly out of the money call or a put option. But no, I'm looking at the future side.
Yeah, I love that area, that 62 as well. 62 to 65 is where I have some support that could want to hold this morning. So if we could get the next move down, I think that 65 to 62 is definitely a target on ES. For NQ, I had the 28,800 as the support, and we're pretty much just about tagged that. So we're kind of down low on NQ as well. So I think they both have had a decent range.
Yeah, NQ's under that level.
Yeah, they broke. So they're both sliding down, right? The predominant trade today has been the shorts.
Yes. And I think that's how we should see it right now. Honestly, you could see a reversal here, but
Little bounce.
The reversal here would take too much time to really do anything with the way I like to see pattern development. So I'm looking on the short side here. Judge, I took it. Yeah, I took definitely the funny comment. I still thought I would answer it though. But yes, I am also writing covered calls too this week. Yeah, I am anticipating a pullback in the market, Jaja. And so daily chart deeply overextended. Daily chart start to obviously Friday kind of started that conversation as you were kind of kissing up against the 9 EMA on Friday. That's the biggest red candle we've seen in this entire saga. And not only was the candle red on Friday, but if you understood the intraday conversation on Friday, it tried to recover on Friday as well, and then got ripped off coming into power hour on Friday. Power hour was straight down, finishing towards the tail end of the market. And so the market obviously is like, nope, we're not holding coming into the weekend. And so big power move on Friday, seeing the continuation of that saga here today. And when you're looking at the S&P and you're trading on the intraday side of the equation within a backdrop of a bullish retracement or a bull pullback, you just love these pockets that gets created here. And so some pretty good opportunities, I would say, on if this pullback does manifest itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I do think that we have more downside. We definitely have been breaking lows today and not breaking highs. So right now, though, we're a little bit extended to the downside. And so, I like a little pullback, but I do think that we're so close to targets, especially on ES, that would make sense to take out. And we touched that liquidity, but we didn't really take it out. And so it would be very interesting if we could actually break it. So for me, on this like little bullish bounce right now, I wouldn't trust it either as like a recovery and we're going to be bulls to the end. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would be more on edge of like letting it bounce up a little bit and then seeing if we can have one more move down would be very interesting for me.
Yeah. And to me, whether it's the pullback or whether it's time consolidation here, one thing to keep in mind is that you are dealing with a little bit of an extension on the 5-minute time frame. And so you would be chasing, if you're chasing any bear trade coming into the level. What alleviates extension on any time frame, whether you're 5-minute extend, 15-minute extend, 30 daily, doesn't matter to me. Only two things can alleviate extension. Number one, a pullback, like you talked about, or two, time consolidation. So if we're going to get the trigger underneath the level here, you got to treat it a little aggressive because you're already in an extended environment. And so if there's going to be an opportunity, I do think it's an aggressive opportunity, especially with there's a 13-point range before you get into the next level of support here.
Yeah, it's close. It's a close target. So then you do have to have the aggressive entry. Otherwise, you're halfway into the trade if you hesitate for short time.
You might as well wait for the breakdown to 64 if you're going to wait too far. So to me, and do you see how this wick test underneath? I think you could easily aggressive trade. I think you could go underneath the low here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think we're so bearish today. I mean, and the direction is right. And so, the direction is right and the targets are there.
I would love another bars, honestly, but you don't get a pick when it moves.
Right. With an hour left, I mean, it could easily, that target is very, very within reason, and even push a little bit below it to take out some more traders, and then it'll settle out for the day. To see when it's wicking below, it's dancing right now. It's debating. Are we breaking? What are we doing?
It's dancing. It's dancing
breaking here. It's pushing down.
Yeah, it's just dancing here. See that 1 minute close? Then it's just dancing.
See, that's the thing. When they're like poking the bottom, it'll like poke and down, but you want to try and see if you can. It's trying to go, so that means you should prioritize the shorts.
I agree. If we had more time, I might be, like I said, I might be open-minded for a reversal here, but it's power hour. You take the moves.
If we could fly down to that 62 to 65 area and then hold, that could be a good take a little reversal bounce too.
Yeah. It's a tough level to break. Might take a minute, but I don't mind that. Like I personally do not mind this at all. Like I love it when things kind of just consolidate in front of a breakdown. Again, it alleviates overextension to a certain extent, but it really gives you a pattern that you can structure. And that's where I love kind of the technical side of the equation, not only just on the trigger, but it makes it for an easy stop loss discussion. It makes it for an easy entry discussion. When you can play the pattern and not just the bar, like anybody can play the bar going into the breakdown, put an entry underneath the low, put a stop loss above the high, let it play out there. But yeah, this is also why you got to let it develop.
Yes, let it kiss that level and hit people and have people chase. And then this pop will be even more strong because the people who are chasing the shorts are getting their stops hit right now. And then the people who are taking the bounce off that level are long. So you got to let this play out and then see where the bears are aggressive again. So it could be anywhere up here around like between 90 and 74, I think could be where the bears trying to assert.
Do you see how RSI just popped up above 30? That's a buy signal for the aggressive trader. So
yeah,
I don't mind that. I'm still looking at the short. I'm not looking at a long yet.
But let this play a little bit.
That thing's getting powerful there.
Holy crap.
Somebody, some big account just stepped up.
What's happening? Is that 30 points on ES right now? What is happening?
That's not a small move.
No.
And it's big time volume as well.
Something's going on.
Makes me think we just got news.
Yeah, it's flying. This is not a level move. This is a news move.
That is not a normal move within a 5-minute candle in power. No.
It's the biggest candle of the day. We gotta see what's going on. Help us out, guys. Anyone see anything?
Yeah, if you got the news, let us know.
Yeah, we a group around here. We a team. But don't chase this either. That was the 25-point, 30-point ES move. And, so let it chill for a minute. Let's see what's happening.
I'm not seeing any news so far.
Whoever just tries to try to get this scalp long off of that level. That was enjoyable.
Oh, if you were market order at that level, you were great.
Dude, it kissed that pre-market low. That was a good potential buy scalp. So the news, there's something. Yeah.
That is far more than I was anticipating in anything.
35 points in like 3 minutes.
Anything. This came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That's why I think there was some news, but
yeah,
I'm not seeing it yet.
Yeah, no, I'm not either, but we had to see whatever it is. We have to vet it and see if it's real or if it's going to rebound. Because if it's real, this could be the start. You never know. It could be like a real thing. Ooh. Glad we didn't tell people to short when it was kissing that level because that was not it.
Well, that's why you have to see the pattern. That's why you have to see the construction. That's why we talked about letting it play out. That's why we talked about getting underneath the low, because all of those things are mechanical. They have to occur for you to take a short there. And the market just never gave you the edge.
It didn't. Gosh, I can't see any hits right now, but I
don't think powered right up into 74.20.
I mean, there's the news, and there is the bullish defense area. That's why we were not trying to underestimate it, but damn.
It's not the size of the candle that gets me thinking news. It's the size of the volume that thinks me like that's a massive volume spike.
Yeah, it was very fast, very aggressive. Took out over half of the day in a 3-minute pop.
The only news that I seen came out in the last minute was the U.S. released a second batch of UFO files. So apparently, all it took was UFO files.
The alien candle
to get the bulls be like, yeah, bulls are here. Aliens are going to be buyers. We know we know they like the AI trade.
Maybe we got some AI information from the aliens, and this is all space age.
Oh. We did get news.
Tell us, it had to be something.
Planned military attack on Iran has been halted.
All right. Who's that come from? Where'd that come from?
That comes from Donald Trump. I have been asked by the Emir of Qatar, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and the President of the UAE to hold off on our planned military attack on the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow. There was a lot of chatter coming into the week that there was going to be military action on Monday or Tuesday. In that serious negotiations are now taking place, and that Did we just get a True Social Post alleviation of all Iranian war just based on the fact that we were at intraday support level?
Confluence there.
The deal will include, importantly, no nuclear weapons for Iran. I have instructed the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, the Chairman of the Joint Staff, Kane, and the United States military that we will not be doing a scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to prepare to go forward with full, large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice if the event that an unacceptable deal is not reached. This is amazing to me, given the fact that Iran already responded earlier today on the proposed agreement, and they were not close to anything that we wanted. Anything. But I've also heard that specifically Saudi Arabia does not want to see escalation, because what will happen is Iranian infrastructure will be taken out. And if Iranian infrastructure is taken out, I guarantee you that UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia infrastructure will be taken out as well. So very interesting. We did have some news here.
Yeah.
And that blew up the short.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
But with all things, like, this is an alleviation event. But, like, honestly, that type of news I would think would be bigger than a 5-minute pump candle. With, like, the market obviously saw it, priced it, and now the market's like, wait.
Please hold.
We've heard this story before, right?
Sounds a lot like the last 3 months.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like the last 3 months. But what was interesting was in the announcement that he admitted there was a planned attack for tomorrow. And so that we hadn't seen that get admitted at all. That was just speculation that a lot of people had coming into this week. And one of the reasons why we started the pullback on Friday was because there was news of escalation coming through the weekend. And so you get that alleviation. But what stands out to me is not the news. This news, like you said, it's been a rinse and repeat for a few months now. But it's the fact that it only lasted a 5-minute pump before the market was like, wait, let's ask some questions. That kind of stands out. When we've seen other alleviation events, you've seen a knock your socks off move, like a knock your socks off type move. 30-point pump into intraday resistance that holds. I think that's the market saying, yeah.
I mean, that was a nice pump, but VWAP held. You know what I mean? Like the VWAP holding as the resistance holds literally Monday through Friday most of the time. And so this was a big pump, but like literally it wicked off VWAP also. So factored in. I wouldn't chase the long, but I think we could dink around inside this giant candle for a minute here because it's unclear. Like it's being digested. That information is being digested. There's a lot of factors on either side. This could be an excellent thing for a long-term situation in the Middle East, or it could just be another blah, 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 and nothing really changes.
Well, and I think that's what the algorithm said for about 5 minutes was, whoa, alleviation. We know what to do. And then the humans came in and was like, because it took us a minute for us to find the news. And then every human's like, I've heard this.
Side eye.
Before. I will tell you, though, I think that 5-minute pump said some very important things. Number one, it told us where true nature of resistance is. 74.20, right here at the tippity top. But 74.20 is this wick over here. And it was the base of the consolidation right at the close. And so this is the closing candle on Friday. That's the base. Then you see how it just kind of like the overnight session coming into the bank close on Friday, just kind of flatlines there. So you got that wick low, you got that base.
It's an important level.
And then the market comes up, screams up there, and that's where it stops. That's very telling for, in maybe later on today in Power Hour, but also tomorrow. I mean, this is pretty quick sensitive here, or later on tonight. That 74.20 is a live level now. We already knew the 73.75 level was a very important level. And so sometimes it's hard to find the true nature of where the important levels are in a sea of all these different price action, because we're living in inside price action right now.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like the market was very telling. We know that the buyers want to step up here, which means if they close and clip that low, look out below. We know the sellers stepped in here at 74.20. And so, like, yeah, I see a lot of scalping zones here between the low here and the top here. But as like a standard day trader, I like pattern development at 74.20, and I like pattern development at 73.75.
Yeah.
Those are the two levels that I have some keen interest in.
Well, we got a bullish engulfing on news, right? And out of a key level on the larger time frames. And so that's something to bear witness to. However, the last 2 days of price action have been bearish. And on the hourly time frame, we are bearish, and we were looking for bear trades. And so now we did have a beautiful pop here, but it went to a key level. So now we wait and see. Like, we talked a lot about secondary pattern development. And that's because there's some maturity in the way that you want to approach the market and not just chasing everything that is moving, because there's so much, it's so fast to get chopped up. And so, we'll see what happens here. I would definitely, I would be cautious to short the rest of the day today, because there has been that news and this momentum shift in the last 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
But also, like, I don't know, it was sold down too. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of interest inside this range, honestly.
I know.
Not anymore. I did before this candle, but I don't.
If it wasn't a so what I would have liked, what I was hoping for, is that we could get a march up in a standard retracement where it would give us 4 or 5 5-minute candles. It would come up to that resistance in that area between 50 and 74, and then we would start to see a doji and a breakdown, and that would have been a beautiful short. That was not what happened. There was a news influx, obviously, that changed the whole situation.
Yeah.
And so that trade plan is off, but now it's altered, and now we have this massive engulfing that is 35 points or something. So the fact that we could just mess around inside of it, that strikes me as less of a high confidence trade and not one of my great setups, but there's some volatility. So each their own, I suppose. I'm buying this dip.
Breezy, I assume you're buying every dip on every time frame outside of the less than 30-minute time frame.
I would be hesitant to long, I'm not gonna lie, or to short. I mean, because that momentum has shifted on some powerful news here. So I don't like the shorts like I did.
I'm gonna let the market to tell me which direction to think about here.
Yeah.
Because the news is important. It obviously was a catalyst, but that catalyst only, and I know a 30.5-minute candle is impressive, but no follow through on that news is offsetting of how impressive that 5-minute pump was. There was no follow through so far. So it kind of feels like everybody in the market is doing the exact same thing you and I are, saying, okay, we see the news, we see the pump. Now, is this something? Is it nothing?
Yeah, right.
Because if this news turns out to be nothing, I think the bears are going to look to want to punish.
Yeah.
And because
they're ready. They're right.
I would be ready to punish that nonsensical pump if this news really is nothing.
Yeah.
Like, if there really was a planned strike, which I had seen all over the weekend, so I do believe there was a planned strike. But if they're legitimately just putting this out there as a negotiation strategy, I think the market's not in a mood to get gaslit right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we have more information to come out from the government. And maybe if we could actually get resolution, I mean, let's freaking go, like new all-time highs maybe. But that was not that. That was just a, settling down of the moment, this 24-hour period. But, we'll see.
I'm a gold buyer 45, Breezy. I mean, excuse me, 44. Like, I'm a buyer of all things gold at 44. This at the 44 level is right where the 200-day moving average is. Your other support is right here at the 45, like 20, 45, 10 area. I have a pretty substantial opinion at 44. Like, I can't be talked off it as of right now. Anytime you get gold to get around the 200-day moving average, gold bugs need to have a conversation. And I'm going to have a conversation. So I got an opinion at 44. I don't mind buying the dip as it gets into 44, but if you're thinking about that from a long-term perspective, short-term, like, lower levels of resistance still puts the pressure on this down to get to 44. Ultimately, I think it's extremely important. If you don't have gold in the portfolio long term, you don't get a lot of opportunities to add one of the best instruments in the history of mankind to the 200-day moving average.
Killer tip right there. Like, this is the big deal. Like, these dips that we're doing, gold is a very strong powerhouse, bullish opportunity.
It literally is perhaps the greatest instrument to invest in of all time.
Tell me how you really feel.
The long-term chart is undefeated.
She's so pretty. Well, let's see. Let's see what it does now for when it can break and hold up there. Yeah, gaslighting the market is happens more and more these days. It's interesting.
But I kind of feel like that's what the market told today. If the market believed the news 1000%, you wouldn't have got a 5-minute pump here, guys.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You would have seen follow through. If the market believed that there was a true alleviation event on the number one issue that is holding the market back, you would have had more than just that, especially after a pullback down to the 90 MA on the daily chart. The buyers would have smoked that. They would have gobbled up that in a heartbeat. And the only buyers that gobbled up that news were algorithms.
Yeah, I have no
That's it. No human being gobbled up that news yet. This was all an algo move to resistance, right back down. And everybody else is just like me and Becky looking at price saying, I don't know, do you trust the news? I don't know. Let the technicals do the talking.
Yeah. And we're sliding back here. It'll be interesting to see if we slide back into the consolidation of the previous hour around like 92-ish, 92, and see if it holds. There could be a bullish move there, but right now we're sliding back from this news. So
Ace, I want a wave 2 as well on the daily chart, and a 1-day pullback to the 90 MA is not wave 2. Like, this has got to come deeper. And so I'm right there with you. That's why I'm like, let's get that. Let's rip your face off here, bears. Come on, take the edge here. Take the pullback. You got the environment. You're overextended. You got 2 days going into NVIDIA's print, which if you're going to make your move, you're going to do it in front of NVIDIA. So, like, let's go. Let's get it done with. Let's get the pullback. Let's get the conclusion of wave 2 and get that powerhouse wave 3 on that short-term trend. I'm right there with you. And if you don't understand what me and Ace are talking about, a bunch of Elliott wave jargon we're talking about. See, 5-minute candle pump on the news. No continuation follow through so far.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah. Take your time, Becky. I'm just going to stare at price here for a second. Team, while I stare at price, you got to give me something interesting to talk about. Looking for some questions. Give me some questions. Come on, rapid fire me. Give me some questions. I don't care what it is. if you're looking at this little pump, this 5-minute pump here, guys, a lot of times a retracement will be utilized using the 9 EMA. As the 9 EMA catches up to the price now is ready to move. And so I expect to see a little bit more decision here on price here over the next 5 to 10 minutes. You break down underneath that 73.95 level, right where the 9 EMA is, you can see a little bit of downward pressure here. I don't like anything to the top side as of here. Like, there's just too much chop here to the left of the chart for me.
Matt, my apologies. I just got a call that I have to deal with the situation with the kiddos at school. I'm so sorry, but you guys, it's great streaming. I will be back tomorrow.
You are just fine. I got this, Becky.
Okay. Thanks all. Have a great rest of your day.
Later, Becky.
Bye.
Breezy, thoughts on secondary chips from NVIDIA's ZR reaction. My thoughts on NVIDIA are twofold. I'd have to get some specifics on what you're thinking on NVIDIA, just on the ER reaction. But to me, NVIDIA's earnings report is all about kind of two things. Number one is, do they have an increasing forward-looking guidance? And number two, does China impact their guidance at all? Out of the U.S. Chinese Trade Summit last week, I don't think there was a lot of deliverables out of that summit. Still trying to figure out exactly what's going on with that. But one of the key things was Jensen Huang did indicate that there was some appetite, and the U.S. did see that there was a little bit of appetite to reduce the restrictions on utilizing AI chips into China. In NVIDIA's guidance, there is nothing in China in NVIDIA's guidance. And that is a big deal because we're talking about a $5 billion impact on NVIDIA's guidance, which would be absolutely massive. And so I'm looking forward for that, specifically on NVIDIA. They're going to increase guidance. By what percent? Is it more than what we saw last quarter? Does it show us some continuation? And price is much higher today than it was 3-4 weeks ago when the other AI companies were reporting earnings. So a little bit of I don't want to say a little bit. I think it's an extremely high bar for NVIDIA. But if there's any company that can hurdle a high bar, it is the linchpin and the king, queen, and country of all things AI. So that's going to be a very interesting conversation on Wednesday in general. Well, I want to say NVIDIA is outproducing other semiconductor chips right now. NVIDIA obviously has been pretty good recently, but everything in semiconductors has been really, really, really good recently. And so I would actually say NVIDIA has been underperforming the ultimate semiconductor trade and the AI trade in general. I don't see that as a net negative in general on NVIDIA. There's been times of relative underperformance against the semiconductor, but that's because NVIDIA had such a large lead against the entire space for 2 years. They were the only stock in the conversation. Everybody else was chasing. And so I do think you're seeing some catch-up stories on other semiconductors in this latest, greatest run in the semiconductors. And when you're looking at semiconductors, one of the reasons I keep talking about a pullback is because the semiconductors are clearly showing a loss of momentum. The semiconductors are clearly showing pullback scenarios. And I just kind of feel like this is the leadership in the market. And if the semis want to pull back, the rest of the market's going to pull back a little bit. But I do appreciate that conversation. Master, first day trade made 100, then the bullish go on gold took it all. I was so close to triggering into that short underneath the low on the ES, like order in hand, order ready to go, and literally ready to go. I was just needing one more bar. That's all I needed, was like one more bar to dial in a low base, because I have to have a semblance of a pattern. As a day trader, for me, everybody's a little bit different, because day traders are the most precious little snowflakes in the history of mankind when it comes to trading. And so everybody's a little bit different. But for me, I love levels and patterns. So I need a pattern at a level, and then I can process the trade. And so I needed another bar to process a low base that I could structure that low base. I was very close to being in that trade before that news came out. So I'm very thankful that I wasn't, but I do understand the pain because it's happened to me more than once. And it did happen to me last week, by the way. So I do have some familiarity with what you are talking about. Where would you take the next trade on the NQ? That's such a great question, Woji. For me, I'm looking at the ES more than the NQ as of right this very second. I feel like the ES is a little bit of a cleaner story right this second, but I think you could say a very similar conversation here. After the volatility event right here, where you come all the way back up, right? And I just don't love anything inside here. And so does this mean I might not make a trade for the rest of the day? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I most likely will not make a trade for the rest of the day because the things that I would need to see occur for me to process the trade is going to take a little bit of time. I don't chase price, I don't chase bars, and I don't love bar by bar trading, and I really don't love trading inside a range. All of that is right now. So like 4 of the 5 things that I don't like doing are all occurring right now. And so for me, it's, and I'm going to come back to the ES to finish the conversation, but I do think the NQ is going to be very similar. For me, this 5-minute candle told the story. And technicals, if you listen to technical analysis, it tells you stories. And the buyers, it stepped up at 73.75 aggressively. And they could have stepped up without that news, by the way. That's in a very, very, very important demand level. Number 2, the sellers stepped up at 74.20. So I kind of feel like we know the score here. And anything done inside this 5-minute candle is going to be seen through a front-running lens against the ultimate trade. So I have the conversation in a lot of situations like this. There's a trade, and then there's the real trade. The real trade here that traders should be hunting is the breakout out of consolidation, whether it's the breakdown. And again, when you're on the 5-minute time frame, it might do you a little bit injustice. You come out to a longer time frame and you can kind of see that consolidation here. By the way, that's a head and shoulders formation. That's a neckline. That'd be nasty. But you come out to the longer time frame, and this 5-minute candle pump was all inside that neutrality on the longer time frame. And it really showed you what you need to see. And so the real trade is a breakout of 74.20, targeting back up into the highs of 74.50 with a short porch target at 74.30. That would be the bullish trade, in my opinion, is above 74.20 with a first target at 74.30. That would also be a scale out stop loss management target with the real target ultimately at that 74.50 level. That, like, I can see that trade right now. I can see that trade playing out right now. However, we got to see it happen at the 74.20 level. The real trade on the downside is clipping 73.75. So anything you're doing inside this range is either 1, aggressive scalping, which is not what I do, or 2, a little bit more of front running and trying to get early positioning power going into one of the breakouts. And so I would love to have a conversation right now on, do we have a front running pattern here? And as of right now, we just don't. Not yet. Like, these wicks all dirty, volatility, like there's no consistency here as of right now. And so if you're trading inside that volatility pump, I don't want to say you're doing the degenerate gambler style of trading, but it kind of does feel like a little bit of a gamble to a certain extent. Where's your edge? That has to be answered. You can't make a trade without an edge, guys. 2 things you have to have. You have to have a positive reward to risk ratio, and you have to have an edge. Where's your edge? Your everything in the last 25 minutes has been inside the development of the original catalyst candle. So to answer the question on where's the trade is above 74.20 or below 74, underneath the wick here at 73.73. Those are the two levels of dominant analysis right now. Everything inside those levels is trying to figure out the volatility of that 5-minute pump that we just went through. And so to me, I'm not sure we're going to get a front run situation, because a front run situation for me is typically a multiple time frame situation, meaning price has to get back up into 74.20, for example, and then it would have to flag into 74.10. And then I will take that trade right here. I would take that trade, and then I would add to that trade on the breakout. This a little too deep for a front run. And you only have one single data point at the 74.20 after the initial volatility. So to me, that next trade is a breakout of either the 74.20 or the 73.73 level. Those are the two primary levels in the market on the ES. And any secondary development that occurs in front of that breakout, you'd have to read in the real time, whether that's a base. If it's a high base, you would just take the breakout. If it's a flag down to 74.10, you can treat that like a front run going into a multiple time frame situation. But I don't see an edge right now inside that range. Like, that was an algo pump, very clearly indicating where support and resistance is. But as of right now, I don't see an edge. If I had to say, I'd say bullish. But again, I think it's one of those crapshoot situations as of right now until we're dancing the real levels. And the real levels, in my opinion, were told to the entire world after that news hit the market and we got that 5-minute pump. The news came out at 12:01 is when the news came out. At 12:01, that post was released. At 12:05, that volatility and that news was priced into the market. It took 5 minutes to price in a alleviation event on a military strike that was planned to re-escalate the Iranian war. As I can't tell you how much that stands out to me that it only had 5 minutes in it. So to me, this has to develop. I don't want to take one way or the other. I want to let the market tell me what to do. And right now the market's telling me to do nothing. That's a great question, though. Breezy, that's a great question on the tier. Do we move if we see a negative reaction to Nvidia? Do we see more love coming into the tier 2, tier 3 side of the equation? Probably, I would say. I don't think Nvidia can stop, because Nvidia is going to report good earnings. It doesn't mean that the market's going to love it and send it to the moon, but they're going to report good earnings. But if they get a negative reaction, I think you see money rotate into other areas of the market. Yeah, and other people can jump in on those conversations as well, although I do like it. I do like it. Samsung and effects of supply constraints facing the strikes and court hearings. Totally understand the question. I think it's a very important question, Ace. Will we see supply side constraints with certain things happening? We had the court ruling out of AI on Elon and Sam Altman today. Sam Altman won, Ace, by the way. The court basically said, Elon, you should have brought the case sooner. Kind of felt like the judge just wanted to not rule specifically. I'm going to save commentary on that one because I'd like to review the court notes and the judge's notes and whatnot. But it does look like Sam Altman won that court case today. I would have to look into the Samsung issue. Where I'm worried about supply chain constraints is specifically as it relates to Taiwan Semiconductor. I won't worry too much about supply side constraints as long as Taiwan Semiconductor can literally print all the chips they need into the AI trade to really kind of impact everybody. That obviously was part of the conversation last week when it comes to China and the US and the whole trade summit. But I'm not that worried about the supply side constraints. I am worried about it from a cost perspective, just in terms of how much do we people have to pay for memory chips, for example, or semiconductor GPUs, for example. Supply side constraints will push up cost. And we've certainly seen that go up, but I'd have to look into the actual Samsung news to give a little bit more of an accurate response there. Are you talking about the yield curve right now, Ace, on that one? Talking about the 10-year and the 20-year note, I'm assuming. One of the reasons why I keep saying I think the market wants to pull back is because of what's going on in the bond market. Yes. You think the stock market saw some selling pressure on Friday? Well, it's because of the pump that happened on the 10-year note. The 2, the 10, the 20, the 30 all had sizable jumps on Friday. And that was kind of understandably, as the Fed is looking to have their next move as a rate hike instead of a rate cut. You're going to see that. But you take a look at TLT on Friday, for example. TLT on Friday, which is the inverted one, TLT got dumped on Friday. You look at that daily chart, look at that nasty gap. That's yield spiking, ladies and gentlemen. That's yields spiking. And the stock market is heavy right now. It can get a lot heavier with those yield conversations. And so those people are begging yields to stop going up. If the yields are going to continue to go up right now, the market is going to get a pullback. There's just no doubt about that, because the yields will go up, the dollar goes up, gold, silver, commodities down. That impact has a cross asset relationship impact on the equities. Equities would absolutely go down in that environment. And so, yeah, I do think the bond market is holding, like the president likes to say, who's got the cards? Who's got the cards? Who's got the cards? The bond market has all the cards. Bond traders don't mess around. That's old money. Like, that's the reality of the situation. The bond market has moved through old money. Old money's not wrong that much. So you're right. You don't want to discount bond warnings. Absolutely not. Like I was talking about, you can discount a 5-minute pivot. You can discount a lot of things on the intraday side of the equation. One thing you should not discount is dollar versus bond analysis and the impact on the equities. Because if the dollar and the bonds go up, we're getting a pullback in the S&P. Period, end of sentence. I could be wrong, but at first glance, it seems like the ES has way more volume than the NQ throughout the day. Any particular reason on that? Let me go look at that, Jaja. Let me go look at that. I've seen a couple volume spikes today, and we're going to get a little bit relatively increase in volume in general. ES right here, kind of tracking against slightly under. When you're looking at the volume here, where is my volume? That's the 50-period moving average, so it's a little bit of a longer duration one. So we're kind of sniffing towards those Friday highs. And by the way, Friday had a big increase in volume, so we're dealing with additional participation. By the way, additional participation, high volume on a doji, that's called the battle doji. Write that one down. My buddy Frankie gave me that one earlier today. That's a battle doji. Increase in volume, doji. There's so many fights happening on that small range right now. Look at that volume spike. You come over here to the NQ. Little bit, I would actually say a little bit more relative volume on the NQ today than the ES in terms of average weighting, I would say. So I would say it might seem that way, but you actually have a larger increase in volume on the NASDAQ than you do the ES today. Sometimes the intraday low, guys, that's just a lesson on intraday analysis. Sometimes intraday analysis can give you a little bit of a mishit on what's actually transpiring in the market. I'd say very similar, though. Like, I wouldn't look at the volume on the NQ versus the volume on the ES and be like, oh, are we seeing something here? I see a very similar situation going on right now. Well, gee, if the daily doji on the 9 EMA, if the daily doji, let me read this one. Okay, if the daily doji closes below the 9 EMA, would you expect to see continuation to the downside tomorrow? I personally expect to see continuation to the downside. Yes. Now, if the doji is green and it's holding firm against the 9, that would change that a little bit. But yes, my personal anticipation coming into the week before the futures yesterday, honestly, before even Friday's close on Friday, like I was writing an hour before Friday and I was talking about, the market pulling back before we even saw that Friday close. So my anticipation coming into the week was a pullback. I still think the pullback is the most likely scenario. And whether we close on top of the 9 or close slightly underneath the 9, I would still see it through that lens. Personally, I would still see it through that lens. Now, would it change it a little bit? Yes, it would change it a little bit, but I would still see it through the lens. But ultimately,
what's up, Coach Matt?
I got it, Justin.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Justin, how you doing, brother?
Saw you're all by yourself up here. Figured I'd come say hello.
Yeah, Becky got a call, and I decided to draw a terrible level here. So let me. I don't know about you, Justin, but when I draw my levels, like I have to have them like legit accurate, or my brain explodes. Like just
does Toss have that magnet function?
It does.
Okay,
but I like just do it.
So I stepped away. I stepped away from the market after the podcast. What was that 3 o'clock candle?
Oh my goodness. We got a Trump post.
I'm not gonna lie. I was short.
I was so close to getting in a short. We had the big test underneath the breakdown here, Justin.
Right there.
I was literally talking to the team about what I would do here. I was like, all right, give me one more bar. Let's get underneath that low and just play this base with that 9 EMA catching up. You know me, Justin, so you know exactly what I was waiting on. Oh, but all of a sudden, the 5-minute candle starts going up on big increase in volume. Both me and Becky are like, what is going on? This is so abnormal. We haven't seen a candle like that all day long. Was that news? And so it took us about 5 minutes to find the news, but the president came out and admitted there was a planned military strike on Iran starting tomorrow. And that now is not going to happen, as they are now negotiating. So
every time.
Like, yeah, I kind of feel like everybody saw us dancing the low, entering into a volatility event, and all of a sudden somebody just whispered to Trump, put out True Social post.
Yeah, we can't let it drop right now. Yeah,
save the market, save the cheerleader.
That's
save
just
the
like
market.
that earlier news when it said reports of a source saying this came out, and the market dropped 150 points and went right back to where it was.
I was asked a question the other day. At what point does the market stop listening to the president of the United States? And I said, never. It never will.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Whether you think it would be nice or not, I do.
Yeah,
I think it would be nice. But when the most powerful person in the world, the president of the United States, when they talk about geopolitical actions that may or may not happen, it's not that the market doesn't understand there's a certain amount of gaslighting going on. It's just that you can't discount the president of the United States words from a pricing perspective. There's too much relevancy to it.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about longs right now?
Like I was saying, I thought the 5-minute candle did a lot of the work on where I like levels. I like this level on the downside, and I do like the 74.20 level on the top side. It'd be very difficult for me to entertain something too aggressive here coming with 15 minutes into the close. But like, I would love to see just one candle here, Justin, just one candle like this candle here. Just do nothing. Like, just sit here for
give us that consolidation setup,
and just give us a little bit of a consolidation setup going into imbalances, because imbalances are in 5 minutes from now. So like, I feel like you could do that, but like, if this thing just wants to go, it's going to go without me.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
We just got a nice candle close over the 50 level on NQ. I'm gonna hop in a very, very light long, see if I can't get a push to VWAP before the imbalance. But this is the tippy top of the range, guys.
Yeah.
For now.
I mean, honestly, I'd love it to even pull back here and stay tight going into the Australian reopen.
I think this is going to be a good Globex session.
I am looking forward to tonight's trade. Yes.
Yeah. All right. There's that nice little pop, guys.
Session tonight.
Nice little trade before imbalance. I might just close it out.
Did you go out of the money calls, Breezy?
Oh, you know he did.
You did, didn't you? You went dip buying out of the money calls, didn't you? Breezy getting some lottos to pay out here today.
Oh, that's a nice little trade here, Matt. 20 plus points on NQ. I'm gonna lock that in. Let's just take that.
Oh, I looked at natural gas and I was like, "What? You're doing that's not it."
Terrible long setup, huh?
Not a bad little setup here. I will join you with an order above the high of this 5-minute candle if it closes kind of where it's at. I won't chase it though.
Yeah, this is a pivot point for me, for sure.
Such an important level.
Yeah. If you're a fib trader out there, it also lines up with a daily fib. So a lot of little things here.
Oh yeah, if we had another hour left in the day, I would be like hunting this level from a pattern perspective. You're just extended going into it at this point.
I don't think they're going to give us this close. It's still 2.5 minutes. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Man, that was such a good bear trade, in my opinion. Like the trade of the day, in my opinion, got blown up.
I think the trade of the day happened when we were on the podcast.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah, that was a great setup.
To the downside.
Yeah, great setup. I think sometimes we might just be like, all right, everybody hold on. Let me pull up my trade. See, we're taking a trade.
Sometimes you got to do it. And that'd be perfectly fine. Like,
yeah.
It's
like, sorry, guys. We're talking about a video,
we're doing that. Just do it because sometimes I get so caught up in the podcast conversation, I kind of lose focus a little bit. But
it's funny. I can tell when whoever's on the podcast is watching a chart when a big move happens because you just see them like, ooh, I missed it.
Like, what'd you say again? What'd you say?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you say that again, please? It's not that I didn't think everything you were saying was great. It was. It just I was not paying attention.
Yeah, I just made $600, so I don't care what you just said.
And the other guy or gal or whoever's doing the talking is like, oh, I totally get it.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, your trade first.
Yep. What do you foresee happening in a Globex? Think we're kind of going to sit in today's range?
Oh.
Earlier, I was saying that time frames weren't lining up. Everything wanted to look down, but it looks like we're starting to recover a little bit on all the time frames.
It's amazing what a double bottom, triple bottom holds and a pump back up does to you on that side of it. I still I came into this week thinking bear. Like I'm not going to go against price at all.
There's VWAP target, by the way, guys, for that long.
Like, and sometimes I wish I was a more aggressive trader, but I need my patterns. So
yeah, no.
But I'll tell you right now, Justin, that keeps me out of more bad trades than anything.
That's it. That's the thing. You might miss some, but you're not going to get in those terrible trades that you shouldn't.
No, but I'll be interested. Like I usually don't trade the Australian session. Mainly because it's the most boring session in the entire 24-hour session hours that we get. Like you can kind of compare that to the hour when the futures are actually closed. Like that's 3 hours with the Australian session. But the Australian session can really kind of tell you where the levels are important going into the Asian session. And so I'm looking forward to the Asian session here tonight. And I kind of feel like these levels that we're talking about right now are still going to be an important levels that we talk about then, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. I am open to a long though. There's no doubt. I mean, the bulls are showing bull horns here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this 4-hour chart on ES. It could be setting up for a really nice pattern.
Breezy. You guys are going to be great in it, and there's going to be a lot of movements, and it's going to be entertaining for all, Breezy.
And it's going to be your first day on BluSky TV, so
this is
don't
great.
sweat it, Breezy. Don't sweat
it today. I'm gonna have to be watching you guys. Yeah. Maybe if you ask me nicely, Breezy, I'll come in and hang out. You're gonna be great, Breezy. You're gonna be great.
Actually, I like the ending to this session, so I'm kind of glad it recovered a bit. I didn't want it to just
rip your face off short.
Yeah, but if it did it now, then the night session was going to be terrible. But we'll see.
Got about 9 minutes left, team. We're above that 7420 breakout channel. By the way, it looks like we are going to kind of conclude on a little bit of a spinner doji. Definitely holding firm here. It's a good. If you're a bull, that's a good candle to wipe off the stink of that bear move on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on the daily chart. I was just so personally ready for a 7,300 conversation on the ES. Like, fill the pocket, rip the Band-Aid off, get us down here. And then we can talk about a standard pullback instead of just a momentum pullback. But we don't get to pick what price does.
You weren't kidding when you're saying that was a very pivotal level, that we have a lot of pockets under here to fill.
It's so important.
Yeah.
So important. Well, it's the first level in the pullback series. So on the daily chart, when you navigate a pullback, there's 3 levels you track. There's not 15, there's 3. You have a flag level, which is the momentum level. You have a standardized level, and then you have a deeper pullback level. And you treat it differently at every different level, but this one is kind of the starting point of all the pullbacks, which is the flag level. A flag is a pullback, but it's not exactly a reset against a technical wave. And that's what if I had to get what I want, I would love this wave to come to a final conclusion, and that a one-day pullback to the 90 EMA does not do that. That's not even a pivot as of right now.
Nope.
Bulls have controlled ever since that 5-minute pump, though.
Yeah, no kidding.
Even on the pullback, they increased support.
Yeah, reaching some key resistances up here now. This might be a ripper in the last 5 minutes.
You still long on that front run you had?
No, I cut it before the imbalance. I didn't want to deal with it. I'm kind of regretting it.
A 25-point gift. You're like,
I was in a mini too. I had to take it.
Yeah.
Ideally, I would have trimmed out, maybe left one, but end of the day, holding is it's a little bit harder than intraday holding.
Oh, absolutely. Like you don't have time to ask for much. You either get your momentum or you don't.
Exactly. You better see that within one candle, or else cut it and try again.
Man, for a pattern trader who loves patterns, today was not a great day.
No, I mean, so choppy. You got the drop, the recover, but other than that, I mean, oof.
A lot of level-to-level analysis.
Yeah.
Not a lot of patterns inside those level-to-level analysis.
And those are just tough because like you can get in a really good entry, but you're gonna have to sit there and hold through the pain for so long. And it's just if I'm day trading,
who I am. Like,
if I'm day trading, I want to see this stuff play out sooner than later. I don't want to sit and draw down for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. By the way, team, if you like BluSky TV and you have not hit that like and share, help us out with the Google algorithm. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. The more people we get in this room, the bigger sales we can give you, the more maybe the giveaways we can do. Just all matters on how many people are in here.
Giveaways. Who doesn't love a good giveaway?
Love me a giveaway.
I know one person that doesn't love a good giveaway, but most people love a good giveaway.
Yep. Yeah, and then guys, remember Thursday afternoon we're gonna have Tick Plays on to kind of explain their platform that we're dropping this week. Kind of explain how to use everything, perks that come with it through BluSky. That'll be really fun. There might be some free stuff in there, so yes, you heard that, free stuff.
Who doesn't like free?
Exactly.
Breezy, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, and we'll check you with tonight during the Asian session, brother.
What do you think? I think we might get one last push. Last couple minutes.
I don't know. I'm still fixated on the 5-minute pump on the gas light. I'm honestly reviewing just if I've missed anything in my style, and I haven't.
I don't think so. I don't think you did.
Mm-mm.
That was a momentum trade for sure.
Yeah, there was momentum.
Yeah.
Like, if this would have been more like here instead of down here, I could have front run that, but this got too deep for me.
Mm-hmm. Those news, the reclaims from news are always just kind of funky. I feel like you just kind of have to just take it if you think it's going to go.
Yeah, you got to be aggressive on it.
Mm-hmm. And Ace, if you are in here listening, I saw your comment. I will try. All right, 2 minutes, guys. Let's see if the market wants to rip our face off in the last minute.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, it's kind of stalling. We hit key resistance, and now we're just chilling.
Do a last giveaway, Justin. You're getting a request to give a giveaway. I'm the wrong person to ask for giveaways. I love giving away things until people ask for a giveaway, and then I'm like, no.
Not enough people in here. If we had more people, I could definitely swing it, guys. I would love to. If we get 100 people in the morning, I already got a message from you know. If we get 100 people in the morning, guys, we'll definitely do an account giveaway.
You heard it.
And for you guys who have been around BluSky, you know who messaged me.
Yeah, that's like
exactly.
Can we get a giveaway? Can I get a pullback Zenith?
Yep.
When we get when Coach Matt gets his pullback, we'll get giveaways.
All right, guys, that'll do it for today's session. How'd you feel about it overall, Matt? I think it was a great session. We needed some pullbacks.
I really enjoy BluSky TV. I love the conversations. I love the analysis. It's a great place to hang out. It's a great community. So hopefully everybody enjoyed both the podcast earlier today as well as Power Hour. By the way, we will have the podcast released as an individual one on our YouTube channel later on today. So definitely check that out. Give us a nice little like, share, and comment. Would be absolutely beautiful. But outside of that, truly had a great time hanging out with the team on for Power Hour today. Justin, you got some final thoughts before we say sayonara?
Final thoughts. Make sure to tune in and see Breezy tonight, 7 p.m. right here on YouTube, Trading After Dark. Other than that, Mike in the morning, if you are not there, you are not serious about trading. So pack this room. Let's give you some accounts. See you tomorrow.
Later, team.